ancient terror, the emperor commands his proud sons. From red bloodstock these warriors are made his proud sons. No fear they know, Adeptus Astartes his proud sons. Humanity's foes they defend against all his proud sons. Warrior beneath unbreakable spirit Astartes, supreme defenders unchallenged in battle Astartes. Courage and honor, emperor and prime.
Well, hello. It has been a bit. Oh shit, there we go. Hello. I know, it's been a bit. You can tell with me doing that right there, it's been a bit. But it's been a few days, but you know, I've been kind of touch and go, sketchy and such. But, so like I said, while I was away, started getting onto a bit of a Warhammer kick again. Happens every once in a while. I mean, it's one of those settings I have strong opinions about as well, particularly with the way that certain elements are written, as well as, you may have heard this when I was talking back when I was playing the Forever Winter before that game annoyed me too much, about the border between what you might call grim dark versus grim derp. Basically the idea of a setting that is dark and has, you know, depressive elements, is a dark setting with depressive elements to it versus one where it is so gratuitous, so self-aggrandizing of its own darkness that it leads to apathy from the audience and generally just an opinion of, wow, this is stupid. And I feel like one of the best things to happen to Warhammer, as a setting regarding this is the return of Gilliman. And the reason I say that is Gilliman has been a very useful narrative device for writers who want to, for a Warhammer writer who wants to go through the older lore, things like the Grey Knights or the Imperial Guard. Oh god, like, okay, so Grimdark versus Grimdark derp. This is one of those places where I have a very, very strong opinion, actually. I hate the Death Corps of Krieg. And I'll tell you why I hate the Death Corps of Krieg. It is not necessarily the fault of the Corps itself. Arguably, more the onus for this falls on how they are treated by fans, which then feeds back into goodbye bot. Rip bozo. But anyways, so I was saying is how this feeds into and how this characterization of Krieg by the fan base then feeds back into the way that they're characterized canonically. And it creates this nasty negative feedback loop that I'm personally not a very big fan of. Especially because it doesn't just affect Krieg, but the perception of the Guard as a whole. So my grievances against Krieg, is how they are so often characterized as doing these 1950s PLA style human wave attacks with no regard for objectives, you know, basically no regard for efficiency, no regard for like strategy, any of that. It's just, rah, Emperor, we are so sorry for bad things our ancestors did. Let us charge into the gun line. Let's bayonet charge that Titan so we can die for penance. Ugh, that is like, that is my frustration with the Death Corps of Krieg. That is my frustration with the Death Corps of Krieg in a nutshell, is so how often they get turned into this bad character, how easily they get, first of all, I have some issues with how this bad caricature comes around and then loops back into canon, where these things that were meant as jokes and exaggerations of their character then becomes canonized, or at the very least respected in canon rather than seen as the joke it was meant to be. And frankly, I also just generally don't like them. I don't like Krieg. Because I feel like they represent a lot of the worst stalest memes about the guard. The flashlights, and it's the worst of the flashlights and t-shirts memes, the worst of the commissar executing you for cowardice because you took a flanking route rather than a head-on suicide charge. It's really getting into Zeely territory but here's the thing, I don't like Zeely, but it's getting into the territory of Zeely's inner ICOG. It's getting into the territory of Zeely's ICOG, but without nearly any of the foundation that makes it work in Zeely. Here's the thing, like, I understand why Zeely is that way. I don't like Zeely, but I understand why Zeely is that way. Zeely's ICOG is that way as a reflection of bruised egos, self-soothing, collective sort of self-soothing of a bruised collective ego after enormous trauma that is just impossible to really get into. But even then, I understand that. I don't like it. I don't like it in Zeely. I don't like Zeely. A setting like Warhammer, where you're taking that and you don't have quite the foundation for it, and you are taking this unit which actually is, in its origins, kind of an interesting reflection on trauma, where they're extremely fatalistic, extremely calculated, value themselves very little, and then you're cranking it up to a level where even by the silly standards of Warhammer, it becomes a bit much. Because that's the other thing I will say immediately. I will concede Warhammer, and I'm not even concede, I have said this in the past, that Warhammer is meant to be a little silly. But there is something about the Death Corps of Krieg that takes that and just goes too far over the line. And I like to use two other guard regiments as a reference point against Krieg. One is the Armageddon Steel Legion, which for the most part, I look at that, I'm like, oh yeah, no, Armageddon Steel Legion does Krieg's like aesthetic and such, but better for the most part. Sure, they're World War II and like the Cold War, they're like a cross between the Wehrmacht. They're basically putting the Wehrmacht and the Red Army into a blender and then seeing, and they're the paste that comes out when you put the Red Army and the Wehrmacht, the 60s Red Army and the Wehrmacht into a blender, and what you get out, because seriously, the Chimera is a BMP. The Chimera is a BMP. Let's just get that out of the way right now. That is a BMP. That is 100% a BMP. I love the Chimera for that, and I love the Chimera for that very reason. I love that it's a BMP. I love that it's a BMP. Don't get me wrong. In fact, it's to the point where if I were to play Warhammer on tabletop, if I had the money to do that, because it's ruinously expensive. I mean, sure. Okay, some armies are better than others. Guard is one of the worst for being just ruinously expensive. It's like right up there with Tau and Sisters of Battle, I think. But, which is a shame because, actually, so the three armies I would play if budget was not a problem in Warhammer would be Tau, Orcs, Sisters of Battle. The Orcs are funny. The Orcs are like the best highlighting of the silly side of Warhammer, with stupid shit like the shock attack gun, or the Killer Can, the Gargants in general. The weird boys casting Gork'll get 'em. Gork'll get 'em. They're fun. The Orcs are inherently fun. They're also one of the more expensive armies to run last time I checked. As memory serves me right anyways. The Orcs are fun. Sisters of Battle. I like the Sisters of Battle because I like things that get the short end of the stick that don't deserve the short end of the stick. It's like, the classic example that everybody knows are the Cornate Knights, where the Grey Knights, fought off some incursion, from a Sisters of Battle convent, and then turned around and were like, we're going to use your blood as red paint to consecrate our armor, which is just dumb as hell. Let's get that out of the way right now. So much of the Grey Knights is dumb as hell. And as much as I've said that the return of Gilliman has been a useful device for authors who want to go through the old lore and sort of sort out the wheat from the chaff, the Grey Knights have not been a good example of doing that, because of course the other thing we got recently in the lore from that is the Terminus Doctrine, which just, who even wrote that? Like, there is a way to square that circle. Don't get me wrong. There is a way to square that circle. But it's still incredibly dumb. It is still incredibly dumb. The way that you square that circle, by the way, is that somebody who was like a close attendant of the Emperor, the Emperor or one of his close confidants like Malcador or so on, foresaw the Grey Knights coming and being one of those things that before the Emperor, the Imperium could, try to take its first steps out of the darkness caused by the heresy, that would have to, that they would be needed, basically the Thunder Warriors, basically that the Grey Knights would have to be Thunder Warriored, to put it in a pretty simple way. That's really what it is. That's the thing, the best way to describe it is, that's how you square the circle of the Terminus Decree being the stupid order that it is that it is meant as a way to deceive the Grey Knights into Thunder Warrioring themselves. Cause, how that lore goes, where after the Emperor unified Terra, the Thunder Warriors were still around and were no longer necessary. They were unstable at great, they were unstable, not useful for not useful for the crusade he planned to take beyond Terra, those kind of things, right? So he had to deal with them one way or another. They had to be dealt with one way or another. And the Grey Knights could kind of be seen the same way. I don't like the Grey Knights lore-wise. I think a lot of people don't. And there's a lot of other issues with the Grey Knights as well, where they're just, some of their miniatures are just, why? The classic example being the baby carrier Dread Knight. Why? The Paragon War Engine, or whatever the hell it's called, the Paragon, the Nundums for the Sisters of Battle do the idea a lot better. It's still not great because it kind of still just comes across as, we have Landmate at home. It still kind of comes across as like a knockoff Landmate, but it's a better version than the Dread Knight. Which, that thing just hurts to look at. The Dread Knight just hurts to look at. It's such a questionable design for a miniature. But, so that is a way of squaring that circle. It's not the only way regarding, the Terminus Decree being the Grey Knights are to, if the Emperor shows any signs of stirring, the Grey Knights are to march on Terra, enter the throne room, and force the Emperor back onto the Golden Throne, which is just, why? No. That's one way of doing it. Is that it's meant to be a way to get the Grey Knights to Thunder Warrior themselves. Fall on the spears of the Custodes as, their duty is finished and the Imperium no longer needs them. The other thing is they could be a deception. The other thing you could obviously do is that it's a deception. And of course, we have the perfect person who would be that deceiver already too. I mean, if you really, really want to go and dig him up, you could have it be that was a deception at the hands of Goj Van Dyer, which that would work. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of it, but it would work. it would absolutely work. But that's just, like I said, that is just one idea. That's just like one idea you could do with that. If you really, really wanted to run the idea of, if you wanted to square the circle of, yes, the order in the Terminus Decree is what was recently stated to be, which is just an incredibly, incredibly stupid order. Like, seriously, whoever came up with that, again, why is this supposed to be like, you know, the great order that the Grey Knights received? It kind of just hurts. I'm gonna be real with you. It kind of just hurts to look at that and see what was the thought. I want to know what the thought process there was. I really, really want to know what the thought process was for the behind, you know, first of all, for revealing what the Terminus Decree was, because part of what made the Terminus Decree fun was kind of like, it was a bit like the two lost Primarchs, where it was the mysterious box that nobody knows what it says because it is only meant to be opened and at the Imperium's darkest hour to reveal its contents to the Grey Knights. And I'm just like, you ruined this. Like, first of all, yes, this is a narrative, this is a plot device that has a lifespan, which kind of makes it annoying. Kind of makes it annoying to work with. But also, this is a terrible way of doing this. This is a very stupid way of doing this. I mean, honestly, what I would have done with the Terminus Decree, I would have had the Terminus Decree be opened when the Great Rift split the galaxy. I still wouldn't reveal the details of it, though. I wouldn't reveal the details of it, but I would give you just enough for the next step. You know, the foreboding mystery box has been opened, and the Sons of Titan march to the Rift. That's the thing I would have had. I would have had them en masse as a force, all together, march in, you know, basically pushing their way towards the Great Rift. Their objective unclear and open for interpretation. But whatever they're after is in the Rift, in the place where the Eye of Terror used to be. That is what I would have done for the Terminus Decree. And I think that would have been a good way to make the Grey Knights interesting, especially considering that they really, really, they need something that makes them interesting, because they have been basically stuck as Matt Ward's a super special original character for God knows how long at this point. But also on a completely, but putting that tabling that tangent for a minute. Also, got the bass plugged in. Ugh, I am so bad at Got the Life. Like I said before, that is just such an intense, physically intense riff to play is the other problem with Got the Life. I've mentioned this before. It is an intense riff to play, but I'm actually going to introduce something new as well. Wait, no, I forgot to hit the button. There we go. Okay, now I've got a click. So let's see. I've got a click track going now. No. Let's think here. What was I playing before? Yeah. so weird because last time I was playing this, I was playing on a 4-string in standard tuning, but I got the 5 right now, and it's in A, so it's taking a little bit of adjustment. I fucked it there. I beefed that. I kind of beefed that. Bah. Anyways, I'm not even literally listening to the click track. I need to actually pay attention to the click. Hey there, Mex. How are you doing? No, that's not it. Just got off work. Well, yeah, no, thanks for coming by, though. Thanks for coming by. But, oof. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. I'm like, ugh. I feel like I need to say something, but I don't know what it is. It's gonna be like, ah! But, in other news, so, oh, I just realized this is not actually on there. Okay, now I've got it actually set up correctly. That would probably help, is having the actual click track set up correctly. So y'all can't hear it, but I have a click track going right now so that I'm playing to that, try and get myself out of, I'm trying to get myself out of a couple of patterns that I keep finding myself getting caught in. I hate that you're describing it that way, but I hate that that is a technically accurate statement, Noah, but it is absolutely vile at the same time. That is absolutely vile. Jesus Christ. But like, for example, this is where it started for me, right? I was like, this is where it started for me the other day. I was like, I want to do something with this, but I want to do something with this outside of the usual, you know, the usual pattern I fall into, which is where this came from, for example. Like that was, you know, that was kind of a thing I sort of fell into. Hence I brought in the click track to try and alleviate some of that. Hey there, Lala. I'm talking about click tracks and time signatures. I'm talking about click tracks and time signatures and how I notice I have a sort of a place that I fall into if left to my own devices, and I'm trying to use something like, you know, like click tracks and changing time signatures to get myself out of that rut. Because I also noticed when I was trying to play something completely different from that the other day, that I fell into a similar sort of pattern, which has a very, you know, similar sort of vibe to it, which was this. Close. Bass, not guitar. I mean, because a guitar doesn't usually go like that. A guitar doesn't usually go like that. And also, no chords, because chords make me just hurt for the most part. And specifically, this is a 5-string bass specifically. like that, right? Hey there, Chumbussy, how are you doing? But also, let me put the click track back on. I need to actually listen to it for a second to get myself into a different time signature and a different tempo. We're trying to use that same scale, though. No, it matters. It matters. What do you mean it doesn't matter? What do you mean it doesn't matter, Chumbussy? What do you mean it doesn't matter? Come on. Come on. If you need to vent, let's go. Let's go. You need to vent, let's go. I mean, unfortunately, yeah. Like, I mean, I know the way, yeah, I know. That's the unfortunate, I mean, this is one of those things that's really hard to get around. And the only advice I can give you is not very good, unfortunately. The only advice I really have for that is not very good. Because in a nutshell, all I can really say about that is that the only way to really get through it is a shift in perspective. It is a shift in perspective to this, and I'm not even sure this applies to you, is the other thing. I'm not even sure this really applies to you, as the other thing as well. And this is what I mean when I say the only thing I can really say about that is not very good. It's one of those things that me saying this isn't going to change anything. It isn't going to fix anything. I'm not saying that it's going to be like, oh, wow, I see things differently now. That's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. But it's really the only thing I can say. But it's one of those things that you have to really decide for yourself. And that is, when you're faced with something that feels overwhelming, when you feel crushed by the world, overwhelmed and powerless, the first step to getting out of that is a shift in perspective. It's a shift in the scale. It is a shift in perspective to look at things on a smaller scale, to basically tune out those bigger things that you can't do anything about because of the exact thing you just said, that so much comes down to chance and the actions of others that you can't affect, or that even if you can, you're only a tiny droplet that needs to have hundreds, if not thousands of other tiny droplets doing the same thing with you to make an impact. Which, I mean, is achievable as we're seeing in other places right now, but is not easy. It's not easy. It's arduous, and frankly, can be, it is absolutely painful to even get that started. But that's why I'm saying that the only thing I can say for that isn't very helpful. It isn't very helpful, and like I said, I don't know how much it applies to you because I don't know you. I don't know you nearly all that. No, literally, I don't know you. This is the only way I know you is through here. So I don't really know what I can say, and I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry about that. I wish I could say more. I wish I could say something that had actual substance to it. But that's why, if nothing else, breaking it up into, that's why, like, the only thing I can say is breaking it up into chunks to alter your perspective towards chipping away at what all of this everything is. Pick one, it's like pick one thing and hyper focus on that is all I can really say. And that's not good advice. Let's be real. That's not good advice. It's not good advice because it's not specific. It's not it lacks perspective. It's vague, but it's the only thing I can say, unfortunately. And again, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that. Ooh. But also, back to this now. like I said, but actually, no, not like I said, but hopefully, hopefully at least this is a place where you can, hopefully this is a place where you can at least table those bad thoughts, put them aside for a moment. I'm not saying completely get away from them, because unfortunately, I don't even know where to begin with that. I've got my own anxieties that can often feel overwhelming, and so believe me, I know what it feels like to be crushed like that. I know exactly what it feels like to be crushed like that, where everything, like you said, you feel powerless, you feel hopeless, you feel like everything you do just gets swallowed up and spit back at you, and that you may as well just lie down and rot. I have been in that hole many a time. And that's why I'm not going to say that hopefully, this is a place where you can, this will make, this is a place where, you can fix that. But at the very least, and this isn't just me saying this because I'm like, oh, reassurance or whatever. It's like, honestly, this is kind of a demand, I'd say. Now, and I kind of wish I had opened with this, but this should be a place where you can table this. Treat this as a place to table those anxieties. Treat this as a place where you can hit the mute button on. I hope this is a place, I should say, where you can do that, where you can hit the mute button on those anxieties for at least a little while, even if it's just pushing them down the road later for you to deal with them. It gives you at least a reprieve. And like I said, I'm even just, like I said, I'm going to reiterate. I'm not just saying, oh, I hope this, I'm telling you to do that. I am telling you to do that because you need it. Not because, not just because, oh, you're ruining the mood, you're ruining the vibe, because you need that. Because everyone needs that. Because that is a thing that everyone who has those anxieties, who has that feeling of being crushed, of being overwhelmed, has to have. You have to have at least one place where you can push the mute button on those, where one way or another you can get, you can push that away. You can, I don't even know what the right word is. I don't think ignore is the right word, but but it's the closest that comes to mind. It is the closest that comes to mind, even if I don't think it's the right one. Somewhere, something that you, even if it's by force, even if it's by, concentrated power of will, where making that transition might feel uncomfortable at first. That is something that is absolutely necessary to have, because otherwise you're just going to be constantly stewing, pickling yourself in misery, anxiety, and rage, and you're going to burn yourself out with that constant simmering, stewing that stewing sensation. It's one of the reasons why I'm going to say something actually real quickly. Mindfulness for people like me, we often hear talk of mindfulness, of meditation, of whatever. Mindfulness for people like me, I don't know how much this applies to you as well, but I know for people like me, mindfulness is poison. Mindfulness is dangerous. Mindfulness is extremely dangerous because it puts me in a state where I end up circling around and around and around with those anxieties, with those worries, with those fears, with those feelings of inadequacy, of insecurity, of, like I said, just anxiety that I'm not doing enough, that nobody likes me, that everyone I've ever talked to is just putting on a polite face, and then as soon as I'm out of earshot, saying, talking about how much they hate me being around. And that is poison. That is poison. That is poison for the soul. That's why I don't have a very high opinion of mindfulness, or at the very, very least, I look at something like mindfulness and I'm like, this doesn't work for me. Maybe this works for people who don't have, maybe this works for people who have that lack of focus without the anxiety. But when you have that anxiety, that crippling, that crushing fear, that crushing feeling, that that constant feeling of dread, that constant feeling that you are just steps away from everything going wrong. That is poison. That is absolute poison. And that's why I try to, that's why I always, whenever somebody like recommends it to me or whatever, like suggests, journaling, meditation, or whatever, I'm just like, I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand. I have looked at these things. I have tried these things. They are poison. For me, at least. And beyond that, I feel like I'm talking in circles. I feel like I am talking in circles. What the fuck am I saying? I am talking in circles. God damn it. Or rather, the other thing I will say is there is a way to get around that for me. I don't know if this would work for you, but everything I've just said about mindfulness being toxic when you have that constant tension, that constant anxiety, there is at least one way that works for me. There is a thing that works for me, and that's why I have this right now. That's why I have this plugged in right now. And that is finding a mandala. It is a mandala. Something that you can take, that focus that is meant to go with something like mindfulness, to go with something like meditation, to be an object of focus, to be something to direct those thoughts, which in any sort of like unaided meditation purely, leads to that circle of tension, leads to that escalating spiral of anxiety, leads to you winding yourself up into a state of misery. That is why I said like mindfulness in and of itself can be poison. It can absolutely be poison. Something where you can take that focus and divert it intensely into it. Something where you can take those thoughts, you can take that state of focus and direct it. And like I said, for me, it's a musical instrument. For some people, it might be, for others, it might be art, it might be many other things, but that is one of the biggest things I will say is you are very much, it's like, that is the other thing that I think might help you. Aside from, like I said, treating this, treat this as a place where you can put that tension on mute, where you become unmindful I guess you might say. What is the opposite of mindful? Shit. What is the opposite of meditative? What would you call that? Whatever that is. That's what I'm looking for. That's the first thing. And then the second thing, like I said, is a mandala, an object of focus. Probably the closest thing, Mex. Yeah. That is probably the closest thing, is unraveling yourself. You know, it's sort of unraveling yourself into a chaotic state, unraveling yourself from that compressed state and letting things go where they will, without feeding into themselves again, without that extreme focus. And then that's the first thing. The second thing is also, like I said, a mandala, an object of focus, so that, and the thing is, these two work hand in hand in a sort of way, because you give yourself that object of focus where you unravel yourself into a chaotic state free of mindfulness, but also you have that object of intense focus where you use it to anchor yourself. You use that focus object to anchor yourself in that state and force yourself away from and pull yourself away from the gravity of that tension as it unwinds and unravels. It's paradoxical, it's confusing, and I am describing it extremely poorly. I am describing this extremely poorly. So I would also honestly say, talk to somebody who understands these concepts better, and don't just take advice from me, because as you can see, I'm not doing a great job of it. Because I stumble over myself, I trip over my words, I try to say something that sounds... I'm trying to say something that could be useful to lead you to better ideas, but that is the extent of what I'm doing here. That is the extent of what I can do. That doesn't sound right at all. The verse riff to Got the Life is so nasty. Ugh. The verse riff to Got the Life is so nasty. And on top of that, it's a really slappy riff, and slap is like extra hard for me with how my hand is kind of fucked up. Like, even when it's not like super peeling and nasty and gross, when it's, just because of the fucked up shape of it, slapping is weird for me. ugh. I keep coming back to that though. Like, that's another thing I keep coming back to is that verse riff from Got the Life. But also, ads just started, so if you need a chance to stretch, grab a drink, etc., now's the time to do it, and we'll be switching over once they are done. I will see y'all afterwards. We are back, and yes, Space Marine 2, Max. We are indeed playing Space Marines. Where are the Emperor's Fury? Battle brothers. Space Marines. Today, the enemy is at our door. Blood Ravens. Today, we will steal the enemy. We can take everything. Orcs. Eldar. The foul traitors. Brothers, we have the enemy. We have not failed. No! You will fail! We have failed. Yes. New game. Next. I've already set those. At least for now. Solo, yeah, we're probably, I don't know if it's gonna stay solo campaign, but we're gonna start solo campaign and then go from there, Mex. Might turn into playing with other folks, but at least starting that way. We'll see where it goes from there. We'll see where it goes from there, but this is where we're gonna be starting. In the 41st millennium, humanity stands on the brink of annihilation. The galaxy-spanning Imperium of Man is beset on all sides by hostile aliens and threatened from within by traitors and heretics. It is an age of constant war, a new dark age in which enlightenment is replaced by superstition, rhetoric, and blind prayer. To live in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. And in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. Something else as well. I feel like there's a sort of the rainbow. You know, it's funny you mention that. It is funny you mention that. So, I mentioned the 2 lost Primarchs being a thing in modern 40k, right? Back in early editions, we knew what those other 2 legions were. And one of them was called the Rainbow Warriors. They've since been retconned into something else, I forget what, but in the first edition of Warhammer, the Rainbow Warriors were a legion of Space Marines. I think the other one that has also since been retconned, or at the very least not mentioned, was called the Something Dragons as well, which... that is actually kind of a ridiculous combination there. By authority of Artmagos Nozick, planet Karaku, Residius system is under attack. It's the bugs! Threat. Xenos, Tyranids. Early stage invasion. Cease any bombardment preparation. Project Aurora present. Access denied. Aurora strategic value. Absolute. Urgent assistance required from nearby forces. Submit encrypted message. Submit encrypted message. You know, I posted this. I posted this the other day, but I'm gonna bring it again. So, very, very few. You know, there are very. It is hard to make a game from the perspective of the Tyranids, or at the very least, one that. What do you regret, Chumbussy? What do you regret? What do you regret? What is your truth? And why should I show you mercy? Jesus Christ, that's a lot of them. Here come the bugs! But anyways. What was it? A directioner or believer? Things pass, things come, things pass. I mean, look, I'm actually going to say something kind of contrary to what's become kind of a popular opinion regarding those. So people often talk about Twilight, One Direction, Justin Bieber, and the like as like, oh, we hated them back in the day because they were popular with teenage girls. And That just, you know, oh, that shows something about, you know, society, misogyny, etc. It's like, counterpoint. Teenage girls are annoying. Teenagers are annoying in general, but teenage girls are like especially annoying. Like,
negative. No contact since the crash.
I'm here, damn it.
it's a generalization, Chumbussy. It's a generalization.
We proceed as planned. Launch the virus bomb into the stratosphere. Detonate it. And watch the Tyranids die. The sight I will
Oh boy.
greatly enjoy.
This is
Transmitter must be broken.
concerning.
Homicans.
Boggs, let's go! Oh, come on! Yes, yes, yes. Armor, health. Can I turn this off? Can I turn this off somehow? Can I do that? I feel like since I chose a higher difficulty, I should be able to do that. At least to one extent or another. You would think that would let me do that. Interface. Whatever. Oh, they're annoying. They're also annoying, Chumbussy. I'm just saying that they are. They're like, you know, it's the difference between. I'm not saying they're. I'm saying they're both annoying. I'm just saying one is. There's annoying, and then there's really annoying. Is that starting to make sense?
I'm up to my elbows in these wretched gods. Any word from Brother Darius or the commander? Nothing. It is left to us to share the glory now, Telstros.
Hold on, brothers.
Ah! Yeah, exactly, Max. Yeah, no, exactly. The stomp. Oh. Hello. Die. Oh, no. No, I know exactly why I hate Taylor Swift. I know exactly why I hate Taylor Swift. Oh god, Axe body spray was so bad. It was so bad. And in fact, I will give you.
Now they send larger movers.
Kill him now! Here's the thing. I actually have like no problem with that style of music, like the sort of like pop, that pop style of music, that like bubblegum pop style of music or whatever. The problem I have with Taylor Swift in particular is that she's trying so badly to have her cake and eat it too. Compare her to somebody like Sabrina Carpenter. Actually, that's the exact comparison I want to make, is Taylor Swift versus Sabrina Carpenter, where Taylor shows almost like a lack of commitment to the bit. Taylor shows like an almost lack of commitment to the bit versus somebody like Ariana Grande or Sabrina Carpenter, where they can be very frank, they can be very direct about things, very direct about what they want, you know, how they want it, etc. They can be very assertive without, without degrading into the one-noteness of, say, Megan Thee Stallion. Hello. All right, let's go. Ah, not yet. Come on. Can I do it now? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
I should be picking these rotten seagulls out of my face.
Yes. Lift the rock.
Situation here at the Norte is becoming severe. Have you secured the virus bomb?
Anything there? No, that's all impassable. So further down, further we go. I admittedly did do like this initial section before stream just to make sure the game worked.
Will be nothing to stop the Tyranids. I am almost at the crash site. Just make sure the launcher is still
Yes, yes, yes. Go away.
when I get there.
That's kind of why I'm getting annoyed. It's because like I've already done all of this, so I'm just like. But anyways, what was I saying about? Oh yeah, what was I saying about a Tyranid game? So, a game from the perspective of the Tyranids is actually, yes, I know how to kill. I know how to kill. That is exactly what I'm feeling right now. Actually, have to read is like, yes, I know how to kill. Go away. I've seen this part already. Turner gets up top. No, you don't. But actually, so on the subject of a Tyranid game, I actually had an idea for how you would make a Tyranid game work. So this started because I heard another idea. So I heard one idea that also made sense, but I was like, what if we take this and we strip it back even further to really give you an idea of how impersonal and oh no, I have no problem with fangirls, Chumbussy. I don't have a problem with fangirls. I just wish they were less boring. I have no problem with fangirls. I just wish they were less boring and vapid. That's why I said the comparison between Taylor Swift versus Charlie XCX or Sabrina Carpenter or Ariana Grande. It's also why I like to bring up the contrast between, say, and I can't believe, and this is going to be a weird one. This is going to be a weird one, but I need you to bear with me here. 50 Shades of Grey versus Twilight. I need to bring up the contrast between 50 Shades of Grey versus Twilight. And yes, I know 50 Shades started as a Twilight fan fiction, but the point is more about how 50 Shades is honest. 50 Shades is honest and open in its intentions, where Twilight is weirdly sanitized. And it's the same issue, that's the same way I feel about a lot of, especially the recent stuff that Taylor has done. It comes off as weirdly sanitized. And, you know, weirdly sanitized and devoid of character. Again, compare it to Sabrina Carpenter. Compared to Sabrina Carpenter, which is still very much in the pop sphere.
Baron, my
Or
you have honored
just,
the
you know,
Imperial
as much as he's like, I think, you know, as much as I think he's a bit of a douche, Justin Bieber's later work versus, you know, what Justin Bieber did later on in his career. Some of the stuff he did later on in his career as he became, you know, as he got more musically proficient, or hell, even this is an extreme, this is another gonna be one of those like, hey, do y'all remember this? Do you remember Rebecca Black now versus what she was like in the early, back in like 2009 or whatever, when Friday came out? That is a hell. That is a hell of a character arc right there. that return from that return from the Arc Music Factory era and Friday to what she's done in more recent years, which I may not necessarily say I'm a huge fan of, but is a huge improvement. Oh, Joji. Joji just makes me sad. Joji just makes me sad. And it's also why I really like, oh, not even makes me sad, but like just comparing what he did during the Filthy Frank days versus, oh, interesting. Interesting. I might give it a listen to see. Oh no. Okay, no, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. There was a minor stutter there, but it's fine. Ah! Hello! Ah, shit, I forgot the button! Ooh! Oh no, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad! Come on! Woo! Okay. That was awkward. They definitely sell you on how fighting Tyranids is unpleasant, though. I'll tell you that much right now. Definitely sells you on how fighting Tyranids is unpleasant. Yes, I have the bomb. Let's find the... Yeah, reload. Yeah, Filthy... And here's the thing. I'm not even... Oh, fuck, that's a Ripper Swarm. I'm not even saying that I want him to go back to Pink Guy and Ty. I'm not even saying, oh, I wanted to bring back Pink Guy, because that is ridiculous. Filthy Frank and Pink Guy are...
Record log. To any Imperial unit that recovers this log, my kill team crash landed off course.
Those are done. Those are very much artifacts of the time, and bringing them back would be a lot like...
I have the virus bomb. Moving to the orbital launcher.
It would be a lot like the...
Where it will disperse over Tyranid positions.
It'd be a lot like, you know, it would have the same issues that, you know, hair metal bands going on the Nostalgia Tour circuit when they are clearly past their prime, their voices are shot, they can't perform the way they used to. It's the exact same problem. It is the exact same problem. Oh! Oh! Okay, never mind, it's a spore. I was like, oh no, is that a big nid? No, it's not a big nid. But yeah, no, it's like, but what I say, what I want to say though, what I do want to say is, I wish that Joji would bring back some of that aggression, some of that edge from the Filthy Frank Pink Guy era, and reincorporate that. And I don't know how Piss in the Wind is, so I don't know what to say about that. It's why I really like Plum Corp though. I really like Plum Corp Records, because you definitely have that feeling that some of that absurdism and some of that, you know, some of the absurdism, some of that aggression is making a return, or at the very least, you know, is making that return with characters like Randall Times.
The virus
and the like.
One chance to delay the Tyranid invasion. The virus will spread through their forces. They will adapt, but it will slow them down. The virus must be launched into the stratosphere.
Oh,
Nothing else matters.
more gaunts. Okay. More bugs! More squishy bugs. That was complete blind grab right there. Die. But that's honestly my thoughts on. Oh, that sounds vile. That sounds like the most absolutely vile discourse there, Chimpussy. Like, ugh. The very phrase there just makes me go ugh, ugh, ugh. But also, so I was talking about chimeras before, right? And how they're basically like a Warhammer. They're basically Warhammer's version of a BMP. This is a chimera right here. I love this stupid thing. I absolutely adore this stupid fucking thing. Because look at it. It is, by all objective accounts, by all objective accounts, if you took somebody who actually knew how to design an armored vehicle and you showed them this as a design, you would be laughed out of the room. You would absolutely be laughed out of the room if you presented this as any sort of like remotely serious design. But it's also very much one of those cases where the silliness factor of Warhammer comes into play and makes it work. Because it's not trying to force itself to be gratuitously dark for the sake of it. You know, it's just, but it's just right for the vibe. It is just right for the vibe. It has that feeling of menace to it. And, you know, just enough impracticality that it all fits together. Okay, we need to go this way. Trying to figure out which way do we need to go. We need to go.
Shift change overdue. Your tardiness has been flagged for invigilation.
Open the gates.
Oh.
Shift chronometer reset. You're registered as on duty. Carry out your Messiah's work according to the divine.
Okay. But also, on that subject of things that I definitely consider red flags, though. You know, like back to like Warhammer in particular. I don't necessarily consider a red flag because a red flag means that it is like 100% guaranteed. But if you are really, really fond of the Black Templars, I do kind of see that as a warning sign. I do kind of see that as a warning sign. That to me is absolutely a bit of a warning sign if you're really, really fond of the Black Templars. Okay. Yeah, I know the exact one you're talking about, Have to Read. I know the precise one you're talking about, believe me.
Stratospheric detonation.
But also, on the subject of Space Marine chapters / legions, I'm also going to say something else. There's kind of like, you know that one, speaking of like memes, right? You know that one IQ bell curve meme where it's like somebody, somebody who's like really stupid says one thing, somebody who's like average intelligence, you know, like midwit says something, and then someone who has like reached real, like, true enlightenment says the same thing as the stupid person. That, I feel like that absolutely applies to the Ultramarines. I feel like that absolutely applies to the Ultramarines. Where it's like, you know, somebody who's, you know, new to 40K, doesn't know much about it. They probably came into it because of the Ultramarines. And then you have somebody who's like, then you have like, you know, the middle thing where it's like, oh, the Ultramarines suck. Ah. And then you come and you loop back around to, yeah, no, the Ultramarines are pretty great. So you start, oh, the Ultramarines are pretty great. And then he goes, I hate the Ultramarines. Not war, blah, blah. And it's like, you know, the Ultramarines are pretty great. You kind of have that cycle almost where, and it's not even like an IQ thing in this case, but it's more, it is more like a progression. This is more like a progression than a, so you might even compare it to, like, you know, the popular depiction of the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Activate launch systems.
Because also, you know, we're going to be really pedantic. No, that's not actually the graph that Dunning and Kruger used in their study. But yeah, the popular depiction of the Dunning-Kruger effect absolutely can absolutely be applied to the Ultramarines.
Doubtful.
Especially now with Gilliman being back. And I really like the, as I said, and like I said before, I really like the use of Gilliman as a narrative device to sort of separate things that are like actually interesting bits of grim dark versus gratuitous and just like gratuitous and stupid. I don't know if gratuitous is the right word for it. There's another word I'm looking for, but I don't know which one it is. Basically, you know, it's the concept of grim dark versus grim derp. Is the easiest way I can think to describe it. And Gilliman is actually, like I said, Gilliman as a narrative device is kind of useful as a referee to separate the two. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of gaunts. Ah, fuck. Hello. But also, I keep getting distracted from what I was saying before about how I would do a Tyranid game. Because there actually is an idea I had that I'm pretty sure someone else has already had as well. But I feel like is also one of the better ways you could do a Tyranid-based game. A game, or you know, a game from the perspective of the Tyranids. Have you ever seen that one game, Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator? It would be basically like that. Like a stock market simulator, where as the hive mind, you are investing in various, you know, hive fleet tendrils and systems that are under systems that the Tyranids are invading, and reducing planets being stripped of all life to feed the horde, to basically a stock, you know, to a line on a graph and a stock market ticker. Because the other idea that I've heard as well that also works, but I feel like doesn't abstract it enough to really give you a sense of how differently the hive mind sees things versus how differently the Tyranids see things from pretty much every other faction, is Tyranid Factorio. That's the other one I've heard that was also kind of interesting, but I feel like that works better for the Leagues of Votann. I feel like that's an idea that works better for, say, the Leagues of Votann, or just a different, or the Mechanicus. Either one, really, Mechanicus or the Leagues of Votann. It kind of works for the Nids, but I don't think it's the best fit. Whereas, basically, a stock market, like I said, a stock market simulator really leans in to the hive mind does not see individuals. It doesn't see the lives. It doesn't see the populations. It sees biomass ratios, resources to be harvested and then expended to obtain more. Yeah, is the captain himself. Oh god, that's a lot of rippers. Oh! Oops! Yes, he's Captain Titties. Ah, shit. Get up! Kill him!
Even if I am slain, I will leave you with wounds by which you will remember me.
But like that contrast right there, the fact that Captain Titus is even saying something like that, right? But the Tyranid hive mind doesn't think that way. That's the key part, is that's not how Tyranids think. And I feel like any game that you are trying to make from the perspective of the Tyranids needs to really emphasize that fact, that that's not how they think. That's not how they think at all. Ah, shit. Come on, come on. There we go. But also, like, just in general, I would love to see more games that are not the perspective of the. Now, this is something that's a lot harder to. This is something that's just harder to sell in general because, I said in the post when I was originally, the post before I started stream, the Space Marines are the poster boys for 40K. They have been for a very long time, at least since like the 90s. They have been the poster boys since at least the 90s. So it is definitely very hard to sell people on factions that aren't Space Marines of some type, whether that's... Oh! Oh, hi, it's a Carnifex! Woo! Oh boy, that was reckless of me. Oh no, Captain Titties, he got stabbed. He got stabbed, oh no. Oh no. He's got the spike in him. Wave. Oh, okay. Yeah, right in his Captain Man titties. I don't remember where I picked that particular. I think that voice comes from like a Mario parody of all things, but I don't remember which one. But I'm pretty sure that was like a Mario parody. I was like a Mario parody that I saw one time is where that voice comes from. Because it's not exactly the same as the one that Vinny would do. You know, my name is Genome Soldier, and I like to spin. Not quite the same as that one, but it is close. Maybe that might actually be what it is Vinny. Back when I used to watch more Vinesauce stuff before I started streaming. I kind of fell off of that. Stab, that means you're close enough to punch him! Okay there, Commissar! Ugh. It's funny you mentioned that, Nuker. I don't know if you were here. Speaking of, not just Commissars, but speaking of the guard, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I was talking about how I really don't like Krieg. Kadaku's Orbit. Battle Barge. Resilient. I don't like the Death Corps of Krieg. And the reason I don't like the Death Corps of Krieg is I feel like they are not responsible, but they enable a lot of the really bad, stale memes about the Imperial Guard as a whole. Oh, hey there, Chaplain.
The wound was fatal. You survived only through the Rubicon surgery. We remade you. You are a Primaris now. Why? Lord Calgar issued the command.
Hey, yo, Papa Smurf!
Is he here? Gone. Summon.
Papa Smurf was here, okay.
I must get back to the Watch Fortress. You have been reassigned.
Wait.
My place is with the Death Watch.
Not anymore, it isn't, apparently.
Find no stain on you.
Apparently not anymore.
Accused of heresy. You have served penance in the Death Watch for almost a century. And not once have you faltered.
So, we're switching black out for blue again, alright.
Redemption until you have faced the judgment of your brothers. Prove yourself to us and know true absolution.
Let's see what we look like. Let's see what we look like as a blueberry then.
What is
Your
your
life.
My
Ooh.
honor is my life.
Oh, that's a cool parallel, actually. The cables for the, I'm guessing those supposed to be the cables for the power armor as like a parallel with the pen dipping into the inkwell. That is a really cool parallel.
Fear is to fail.
Treason, heresy, death.
What is your reward? My salvation is my reward.
Ultra.
My craft is death. What is your pledge? My pledge
Is eternal service. So, also, speaking of Space Marines, so I was saying all this about the Ultramarines, right? I want y'all to take a guess though. Who do y'all think, for those of you who know Warhammer, who do y'all think my favorite Space Marine chapter is? Like, if you had to guess, knowing me, who do y'all think my favorite is? Or at the very least, what do y'all think, or even if you want to go further, what do you think my top 3 are?
As an Ultramarine once more, your brothers will know that you served in the Death Watch. But your dishonorable status as a Black Shield has been redacted from the archives. Should it be discovered, there would be
Questions.
Lord Calgar has offered you a second chance. Do not taint it.
No, you were here earlier when I was saying how much the Grey Knights piss me off, Max. The only thing I like about the Grey Knights, the only thing I really, without qualification, like about the Grey Knights is the design of the Grey Knight Terminator armor. I like that helmet. No, not Iron Hands. Believe it or not Iron Hands. I think the Iron Hands are interesting, but no. Sure, go ahead. Count Traitor Legions.
Yes, brother.
Go ahead, count Traitor Legions. I don't... God damn it, Max. You will have to show me that one day. Yeah, I know. You will have to show me that one day. But so yeah, I have to read. What are you thinking? Which ones are you thinking of? because I said yes, you can count count Traitor Legions, but I'm gonna give you a hint regarding the Traitor Legions. I have very unkind things to say about Peter Turbo. I have extremely unkind things to say about Peter Turbo. No, not the Space Wolves, no. Again, I think the Space Wolves are fun, but they don't get into the top 3. They don't get into the top 3.
Stand by, Major. Sending Astarte support.
Just short of top 3 mechs. Salamanders are also just short of top 3.
Lieutenant Titus reporting for duty.
Have Sergeant Gadriel report to the bridge.
Space Wolves and Salamanders fall just short of being in like that top tier for me.
Good enough.
I'll be straight with you, Titus. I have my reservations about your reinstatement.
You're getting close, depending on what you mean by that, Mex.
I cannot afford discord
No,
among the men.
Imperial Fists are also in that second tier. Imperial Fists are also in that second tier for me, have to read. They don't get into top tier for me. I like the Imperial Fists. I like them a lot better than the Iron Warriors.
Very well.
No, not the Dark Angels. You're getting close, though. You are getting kind of close with the Sons of the Lion, though.
A Hive World and Kadaku, which you already know.
No, not the Kakaradons either. The Kakaradons are funny, but no.
We're evacuating critical assets and personnel.
This is like Akinator on...
These defense guns.
This is like Akinator if you were all on crack, yes.
The Tyranids have taken note. Get down there and protect those guns.
Captain, you wish to see me?
Sergeant, this is Lieutenant Titus.
Look at that fucking bionic
Taking over
eye.
command of your squad.
Love that shit.
Sir,
I expect you on the ground within 30 minutes. Dismissed.
But yeah, no, it's not the, you only barely know some of the chapters. Yeah. Yeah, you can get into the wheat. There's a reason I also said chapters. Very close, have to read. Extremely close, but a little bit more specific than that.
as am I.
Extremely close, but a little bit more specific than that. They are indeed Sons of Korax, but a little bit more specific than that.
He will be leading our squad. Is that so? Well,
I
I
said,
shall be glad to have a commander of such experience. Is the rest of the squad ready? Already assembled on the flight deck.
controller on? No, it's not good.
We leave immediately.
It is a Raven Guard successor. It is a Raven Guard successor.
Maintain distance from the Hive fleet. Do not engage.
Maintaining distance.
Ordnance on standby.
Because yes, they are indeed Sons of Korax, but they're not the Raven Guard proper. They're one of the successors. One of the more well-known successors. So, you got close enough, so I'll just tell you. I'll tell you what it is. So, my top 3 Space Marine chapters are the Raptors in first place. Second place is the Blood Angels. And third are the... God, I always forget which one it is. I always get this mixed up. But yeah, no. Third is the Howling Griffins. So yeah, it's Raptors, Blood Angels, Howling Griffins. Which are, respectively, Raven Guard successor, the Blood Angels, and an Ultramarine successor.
You must proceed without Astarte support for the time being. Resilient out.
¿Cómo que bird? ¿Cómo que bird? Only one of those is a bird. What do you mean? I like the Raptors because they take the idea of, you know, Space Marines who actually employ,
What is our assignment?
who are like the space, you know, the Raptors and Howling Griffins, both
We ought to recapture them.
Lost them already.
make a lot of use of
Those guns in great ways.
actual like
I'm impressed
military-
the Indians held out this long.
military thought. They both like actually like really do make extensive use of,
And Alien make up the rest
you know,
of our
thinking strategically and such.
Face Tyranids
The Howling Griffins, however, also have that really cool aspect of their oaths,
much to learn.
which those are really cool, by the way. The whole idea of like the oaths with the Howling Griffins is a really cool concept.
What do you think you're doing?
Ordnance deployment. Path obstructed. Stand aside.
Those warheads are not properly secured. Do you know what will happen if one comes loose?
Path obstructed. Stand aside.
And so they're just really cool.
Do it myself. Go and find a tech piece to tighten the screws in that half-brain of yours.
Task aborted. Seeking blessings of cogitation.
Make us Gallia will hear of this one.
The servitors. There's a servitor conversation that I love on this game. It's a pretty well-known one, but it's like, Servitor, why aren't you working very well? Damage. What kind of damage? Spine compromised. Have you been administered pain suppressants? Suppressants administered. Pain damage severe. Compliance. It's literally just, hey, why aren't you working? Hurt. What hurt? What's hurt? Back hurt. Oh, did you take some pain? I did. Back hurt bad. Fine, we'll see about fixing you up. And if we can't, we'll do something.
Sergeant,
Brothers.
Brothers.
By Lieutenant Titus.
welcome, brother. We are yours to command.
Yes.
We leave immediately.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Thunderhawk. Oh, this is actually a really good rendition of a Thunderhawk as well. Let me just say that right now. Actually, a really good rendition of the Thunderhawk. Yes. Tech priest. Tummy hurt. I love the Mechanicus. I love the Mechanicus because, well, I should specify, I find the Mechanicus very amusing. I legitimately find the Mechanicus very amusing. But also going with that, the fuck, I lost my train of thought. I hate when that happens where I'm just like, what was I saying? Kind of like those moments where you go into a room and you just blank out. You're like, what? Why the hell did I come into this room? Sadly, it's not installed. Oh, oof. That sucks, Snooker. Yeah, the reason I got Space Marine 2 is actually I got it the other day. And it's because it was half off on the Humble Store. That's the entire reason why I have this, is because it was half off on the Humble Store.
Yes.
Yes.
Must have been a great honor.
Speaking of the Death Watch, I don't know the series. I don't know what it's from because I haven't seen the whole thing. But there's another scene I really like, and it's two Blood Angels arguing because one of them was sent off to the Death Watch, and they were like, one of them was like arguing with him, like, you were honored to be sent to the Death Watch. It was a great honor to be sent to the Death Watch. But this guy, he comes back from the Death Watch. He's been traumatized by it because he's a Blood Angel, and I don't know how well you know about the twin curses of the Blood Angels, the Thirst and the Rage.
He has your command.
And it's basically him talking about how this honor was, it was no honor for me. I had to face the curse of our ancestry alone. And I didn't know if I was going to be able to hold myself together.
Move to defend our west flank and get those heavy bolters resupplied.
And that's also like just a really, really big, it really encapsulates why I like the Blood Angels. It's entirely because they are like these tragic figures, these people who are just barely holding themselves together. Through immense force of will.
Give me an update.
encampment as they're staging a heavy assault.
Illyrio, take Altarius.
Oh boy.
and remain here to
Here we
secure the
go.
encampment.
Also, I really like the bolt rifle. I really like the bolt rifle. It is such a good change to me, to the design of the bolter, because I never liked how short and stubby the bolter was. Personal thing, I never really liked how short and stubby the original bolter design was. So going from that to the bolt rifle was a really nice change for me. It was a really nice change to me.
They do. These unrelenting attacks make a counteroffensive difficult.
Hey yo, there goes the Chimera. Pew 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 pew. Las guns. People really underestimate the las gun. People really underestimate the las gun. Like, people think of them as a joke, and again, it's one of those really bad memes about the guard that, you know, oh, the las gun is such a pathetic weapon. No, the las gun.
The numbers are endless. We will see about that.
Yeah, very much the case there, Nuker, because it was a disciplinary reassignment for Titus, for example. But even if it was done as like a voluntary thing, that must have been absolute torment. That still had to have been absolute torment for the Blood Angels, for a Blood Angel. You know, somebody who, ooh, meaty.
Intelligence reports multiple swarms closing in.
Direct us to them.
Sending coordinates to your Auspex display.
Oh yeah, what was that? Oh yeah. Just because of, like I said, you know, because of the curses, you know, of the Blood Angel curses, because they had to face, you know, because of having to face the rage and the thirst.
We are preparing an airstrike. Can you hold the enemy in place until it hits?
Sure, you want us to pin the bugs? Yeah, I can do that. Stab! Space Marines! Today! Frag out! Okay, what's our ammo situation looking like? 100 rounds left, okay. Yes! We are the Emperor's Fury! Oh shit, that could have been bad. Watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it. We're in a bad spot. Ah shit. Brother, get me up! Okay. Need to be a little bit less reckless. Yeah, no. Absolutely survivorship bias. Absolutely is a case of survivorship bias. It's a case of people treat it like... People always compare the lasgun against things like the big Tyranids, you know, things like Tyranid, you know, again, things like Carnifexes or Necrons. Yeah, people always think about things like Carnifexes or Necrons. Like, Necrons are a bit of a special case because, you know, they're absolutely fucking jacked, right? You know, the Necrons are just absolutely batshit or bullshit to the point of like hilarity at times. But just in general, watch it, watch it, watch it. Yeah, and most of the time when you're sitting in Space Marines, it is a much bigger problem. Also, just the classic example I like to give is, so somebody actually did math out Dark Tide's rejects. So somebody actually did math out Dark Tide's rejects versus a Chaos Space Marine. First, they did it with a Space Marine and with a Plague Marine. And it turns out that yes, Dark Tides Rejects, if we're going off of tabletop rules, could absolutely dumpster a Plague Marine. They could absolutely dumpster a Plague Marine. It would be like it would be a boss fight, but it wouldn't be like impossible or anything like that. But also, ads are starting, so if you need a chance to stretch, grab a drink, etc., now's the time to do it. And I will see y'all afterwards. And we're back. So let me elaborate a little on. Unfortunately, no, I can't, Mex. Unfortunately, no, I cannot. But so allow me to elaborate a little on what they did. So they took each of the 4 rejects, each of the base 4 rejects, the veteran, the psyker, the zealot, and the Ogren, right? They took the 4 of them, and so they took the 4 rejects, the base 4 rejects. Hey there, Big Mac. You came in right as I was talking. I was going to start talking about how if you do a little math doing a little bit of math hammer, you can recognize how even if they weren't named, if you can map out the Dark Tides rejects to tabletop equivalents, and based on that, and based on doing that, and then doing a little bit of a simulation in math, Dark Tides rejects could absolutely take on not just a space marine, but a Plague Marine. They could take on a Plague Marine Terminator. It would be a boss fight, but it would not be the impossible thing like so many people like to hype it up as. So I'll tell you first of all what the equivalents were. I'll tell you what the equivalents they used, that they the tabletop equivalents that they mapped each of the rejects out to. So the veteran was the Cadian commander. It was a guard commander in general, but they specifically chose the Cadian commander for this comparison. The Psyker would be the sanction, the guard sanctioned Psyker. The Zealot, they compared to a Ministorum priest. I was trying to remember, it was a Ministorum priest, and then the Ogren was a bodyguard. We actually were just talking about that as well. So yes, I do. I not only have a favorite legion, I have a favorite successor chapter. I have a favorite chapter that is a successor of that legion. So I was actually saying my top 3 Space Marine chapters are the Raptors, the successors of the Raven Guard, the Blood Angels, which are Raven Guard successors, the Blood Angels, and the Howling Griffins, which are Ultramarine successors. Because I really like the whole oath thing that the Howling Griffins have going on.
Everyone at this base owes you their life, my lords.
The Emperor protects. We must proceed through the jungle to reach the orbital.
I love the tragedy of the Blood Angels. I love the tragedy of the Blood Angels. Just the fact that, just through enormous force of will, they hold on, they cling on to their humanity. They cling on to their sense of self, despite everything in their body trying to rip that apart and reduce them to monsters that can only, that only act in.
These abhorrent husks are
Heavy bolt pistol, nothing on that side. Regular bolt pistol. Let's grab the whole heavy bolt pistol.
Ships, these pods, all of it.
Okay, so we've got bolt rifle, heavy bolt pistol. Let's see how these are.
We shall thin their numbers today, brother.
Brother, I'm stuck. Okay, no, we're good now. We're good. Brother, I am pinned. The fuck are those? They're dead now is what they are. We have a chainsword already. Data slate?
Tried to reach the downed storm talon. Bog stunk beyond words.
Bolt rifle, auto bolt rifle. I like having the bolt rifle.
Suggested Kadaku was near the threshold for exterminatus. If that be the case, I would not weep for this world. It has already claimed too much.
Yeah, no. Also, I really like Gilliman as a referee, as a narrative device. I like Resurrected Gilliman as a narrative device, as a referee between Grim Dark versus Grim Derp. Ah, fuck! Get clear, get clear, get clear! No, you don't! Die, Lictor! Wait, was that the Lictor? No, that wasn't the Lictor, that's the Lictor! Now die, Lictor! Brings it. Oh no, it's a Ravener. Okay, I always forget what those. I'm not good with Tyranids, bioforms. I kind of know the broad strokes, so gaunts, warriors, that sort of business, right? But when it comes to yeah, I think so. And thank you for the follow. also, speaking of cloakers and the like, right? So we've gotten... Not tonight, I don't think, but maybe in the future we might do that off stream. Actually, that might be a thing I do periodically off stream. Speaking of off stream, give me a moment. Actually, let me just say, if you want to see what I do off, if you want to follow me off stream, let's see what I do there. These are all the places you can find me. I have heard that as well.
I expect better of the Cadians. Losing the orbital guns was costly.
Punch it!
Punchalo! Numbers are not insignificant.
What was I saying? Oh yeah.
Cadian 8th will have to do better.
So
You're familiar with this foe, brother?
I am.
How do the Tyranids compare to other Xenos?
They are an unrelenting plague.
yeah, that's about right.
They are cunning.
God damn, that is about right.
Controlling influence of their hive
Unrelenting.
mind
Yeah,
makes them
it's in the
active
link.
one.
It's in the link,
Tread carefully.
Mex.
spores
The
detonate
link
when
tree.
threats
Oh,
draw
that
near.
is, the link tree has all of it together.
And destroy them.
But what was I saying? Oh yeah. So we've got Space Marine, right? We've had Space Marine as sort of, like the Space Marine power fantasy, right? Do you know what I would really like to see as well in the future? I would love a new Space Hulk game. Something that's less janky than, something that really also is a great way of like demonstrating what Space Marines are like in situations, what Space Marines are like in the, the tougher situations, the ones that really, really test them.
Orthodox, Lieutenant. Which company did you
The things that really test them, that really push them,
The Death Watch.
Yes.
that really push them, right?
Hope I too will share the
I would absolutely love to see a new Space Hulk that is, and I actually know exactly, if I could have any developer do it, I know exactly who I would have the developer be as well. I would want 10 Chambers, the people behind GTFO. That's who I would love to see a Space Hulk game by. If I was any developer right now that I could have a new Space Hulk game from, it would be 10 Chambers. Because yeah, no, that's a way of thinking about it, Nuker. Oh, that's a big one.
Need to get through. Eliminate them, then proceed.
This is also the reason why I wanted the regular bolt rifle instead of the auto bolt rifle, is I wanted something that was better for tap firing, because that's how I tend to use the bolt rifle. That's how I actually am enjoying using the bolt rifle, is tap firing it. Ooh, no you don't. Tap firing it as I close into melee range. Get back here! There it is.
My armor is breached to ultimate points.
Wait. Did I just accidentally hit a button? Oh, I can use that. Okay, I've got one of those. Is that big bug still around? Yep, Code is lost to the Cobble Mama. Also, I don't know. I don't know if he ever played Space Marine, anyways. So, yeah, I don't know if he's ever even played this.
The most direct route is through the swamp. Let us proceed.
No. The swamp will be infested with Xenos. There is a bunker straddling the riverbed. We will cut through there.
The bunker is probably infested too! What are you saying?
We will not trade strategy for expediency.
As you command.
But anyways, so...
Lieutenant, has given us new orders.
Hey there, Irving.
Understood. Thank you, Lirio.
See you on the Resilient.
So, I mentioned who my favorites are, right? My favorite Space Marine chapters / legions are. Who do you think my least favorite are, by the way? So, Irving, you weren't here when I mentioned it. So my favorites are
There they are.
the Raptors.
The orbital guns.
The Raptors, the Blood Angels and the Howling Griffins. Who do you think my least favorite Space Marines are, if you know anything about Space Marines? There we go. Go and get Merry Christmas. Go and get Merry Christmas, Mex. What did you buy? What have you done? What have you done? Oh, ammo. That's what that was. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, now you've got me curious. Now you've got me curious about what has happened here. Oh, that Merry Christmas has me that Merry Christmas makes me a little anxious. No, not Dark Angels. Not Dark Angels, no. Your wife wanted you to say Merry Christmas? No, yeah, it's not Ultramarines. It's not even close to Ultramarines. I actually rather like the Ultramarines. Believe it or not, I actually rather like the Ultramarines, Irving. Yeah, flop. No, close, but no. I mostly don't like the Black Templars because of their players. The Black Templars can be, I think the Black Templars are a little goofy, but I mostly just see the Black Templars. I mostly just see the Black Templars as a red flag for people who play them, not the actual chapter itself. I said, I think the Black Templars are goofy, but the issue I have with the Black Templars is not the Templars themselves, but just that I kind of see them as a red flag if people are too fond of them. No, it's not the Salamanders. It's not the Salamanders. Okay, so let me just specify. I'll make it a little easier because if we're going into chapters, that can get really weird and specific. So let's specify I'll just say least favorite Legion. What do you think my least favorite Legion is? Of the original 18. Oh, we got him. But like I said, chapters can get really specific. And there are certain chapters I really don't like. Like... What? What are you gonna say? What are you gonna say, Irving? Wait, what do you mean? I mean what? What is it? What are you thinking my least favorite Legion is? What are you thinking my least favorite Legion is? Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, no, there's the 2 redacted ones that are just annoying, so we're not gonna include them because they just make everything into a mess. But yeah, no. Of the 18 we know, which one do you think is my least favorite? Of the 18 we know, which one do you think is my least favorite? Of the 18 we know in modern lore, because we actually do know what the 2 lost Primarchs were back in 1st edition.
We're saved.
So who do you think it is? Who do you think my least favorite Legion is? No, not the Night Lords. I can see why you would think Night Lords, but no, not the Night Lords.
Never!
We've locked them in. We could do no more. Open the gate. Yes, my lord. Open the gate.
No, not the Sons of Horus. Not the Sons of Horus. They're not, you know, they're pretty close, you know. They're pretty low, pretty down pretty low on the list, but the Sons of Horus were victims of my least favorite Legion.
Another wave. We can't hold them.
The Sons of Horus were victims of my least favorite Legion.
What are they doing? Trying to get up here. Into position.
Yep, it's the Word Bearers. I fucking hate Lorgar. Like, I don't think you understand how much I hate Lorgar. That absolute rat of a man. And Erebus even more so. All I ever wanted was the truth. Yeah, right. Yeah, right, Lorgar. Don't bullshit us like that.
Special tactics ready.
And I mean, considering my fondness for Korax, it shouldn't be a surprise at all that I don't like Lorgar.
Where is that Cadian spirit I have heard tell of? Changing magazine.
Courage and honor, brothers!
Another one dead.
Stab! If only that was a Carnifex. You know, returning the favor. So we can return the favor. Oh! Oh my god! Thank you, Godsman! The other faction I would love to see another game from the perspective of. So I've mentioned the Tyranids as like doing the Tyranids as a stock market simulator. The other faction I think would be fun to see, especially because we have gotten games from their perspective, and I'd love to see more. Is more games from the perspective of the Orcs. Because the Orcs are just fun. Like, they're just a fun faction. Look at Bloodshooters and Teeth or Speed Freaks. Those are just conceptually fun games. Even if Speed Freaks is kind of janky. Woo. Kill it!
The gates are open!
Everybody
Excellent!
inside.
Get in!
Now.
Yes, my lord!
Should we not eliminate the remainder of the swarm?
There is no eliminating the remainder.
Focus on taking down the hide city.
What do you mean eliminate the remainder of the swarm? That's not even possible.
Yes, my lord! Transmitting command now!
Actually,
Do not relent in your
so I mentioned about how a new Space Hulk would be fun, right, Big Mac? And so, you know how in Deathwing, so Deathwing was based on the original Space Hulk board game, which was Terminators versus Gene Stealers, right? Imagine a new Space Hulk game. You'd still be playing as Terminators, obviously, because that's what you send into Space Hulks. What if a Space Hulk game where, depending on, a Space Hulk game where it could be Gene Stealers or Orcs? So you have to juggle, or maybe even Gene Stealers, Orcs, and Demons. So you would have to juggle between 3 different kinds of enemies. Although Chaos Demons could get kind of messy. Chaos Demons could get kind of messy. I wouldn't want it to be I wouldn't want cultists, because they would just be absolute chaff and ugh. But at the very least, I would want Gene Stealers and Orcs to both be in it as something you have to face.
Looks like a slaughter. No excuse for cowardice.
Especially because Orcs in the Space Hulk would be so much fun to fight. And they would be a great opportunity to have like some PvP stuff going on as well. If you wanted to make a PvP Space Hulk, that could actually be really cool, where you can almost make it like, do you remember that game Natural Selection? Where you had the bugs, the Marines, and then you had the bugs, and they were like fighting against each other. Each side had a commander. Speaking of, especially because Nurgle is just kind of overdone. And not to mention, Nurgle got his ass whooped. Nurgle got his ass whooped by Gilliman, by the Emperor through Gilliman. He straight up burned part of Nurgle's garden. So I think Nurgle needs a bit of a break. He's been overdone, and he got his ass whooped. So let's have somebody new. Like, ooh, who would be good? Who would be good? We're gonna do Chaos. Korn could be good, especially because I have other ideas for. I actually have an idea for a Slanesh game, believe it or not.
Identify yourself.
I have an idea for a Slanesh game, believe it or not, that could work.
They must be close. Hold fast, Captain. We are coming.
But you would think so. You would think so, Nuker, but I can think of a way to make it work. Believe it or not, I can think of a way to make Slanesh work. So Slanesh, everybody always makes, everybody always likes to make the same crude jokes about Slanesh, right? Everybody likes to make the same crude jokes about Slanesh since forever. But remember, Slanesh is excess in all of its forms. It's excess in all of its forms. But that's not even relevant here. That's okay. I said, but that's not even relevant here. So how would I do Slanesh? How would I do Slanesh? I think we kind of lean into it a little. Because this is also an idea. This is an idea that could work for another faction alongside Slaanesh. So this could work for Slaanesh. This could also work for navigators. And that is, you're gonna look at me. You're gonna think I'm a little insane for this. But hear me out. Dating sim. And not like one of those bullshit ironic dating sims like, you know, oh, date everything or whatever, like those. No, a good one by people who've actually played the actual genre. And the whole goal would be just trying to move your way up into as high a position of power as you can and trying to corrupt, you know, basically it's choosing an official, choosing somebody as an, you know, choosing an official in a planetary government to try and corrupt and turn the planet over to chaos. That would be the overall concept.
Changing magazine.
Like, this could actually work for 3 factions, now that I'm thinking about it. This could work for Slaanesh. This could work for navigators as sort of like navigating the, you know, navigating. But yeah, no, navigating through the maze of political marriages as a navigator to bring more power and, you know, bring more power to your house. If you brought Doomguy into the warp, I mean, that's basically what Kaldor Drago is, as much as I don't like Kaldor Drago, because I think he's just kind of a badly written character. That's basically what Kaldor Drago is, Aurora. So that's already been done. Ah, shit.
Cannot get up. I am
Die!
another one.
Yeah, no, that's another way of thinking of him. So Kaldor Drago is one way of thinking of him. The other way you can think about it is Karn the Betrayer is also another character that would fit the template of what if you put Doomguy into the warp. Now you mention it. So like I said, Kaldor Drago kind of fits that template, even though I think, like I said, I think he's kind of a badly written character. But also, Karn the Betrayer also kind of fits the template as well. As a, you know, a champion of Khorne. Or at least, you know, probably somebody who's, actually that probably is the exact arc, is he would start out like Kaldor Drago, but he's always running the risk of, because of his incessant rage, that he might end up as, you know, might end up accidentally drawing the favor of Khorne, even if he doesn't want it.
I've sustained heavy damage.
And yeah, no, the scaling would get weird. The scaling would absolutely get weird, Nuker. But we absolutely do have templates for what that would, for what that answer. We actually do have characters that kind of answer your question, Aurora. Okay, D6. Where did I put my damn dice at? Ah, there they are. D6. Let's see what you get, Big Mac. Let's see what your luck is looking like today, shall we? How are your fortunes today? A 4. You got a 4. I don't know what that means for you, but a 4 is your roll. All right, let's push the button. What have we done? Ah, open the door. And yes, I know. Believe me, armor being fucked is only the beginning of our problems, Titus. Oh, thank God.
The Emperor.
Needed one of those. Hey!
Zargana,
Hey there,
Receiving.
we have made contact.
it's
with Captain
Chinix. Is that how you say it? It's Chinix?
Thought him lost.
Aiden. We are approaching his position now.
And yeah, I am new to this game. I just got it the other day. So I'm kind of going through it right now. So what have you been up to? Chainsword, bolt rifle, ammo, auto bolt rifle. Considering how I like to use the bolt rifle, don't think we're gonna grab the auto bolt rifle because I really like. I said maybe it's not correct, but I do really like tap firing it for whatever reason. I've realized that I do enjoy tap firing it. Oh, guardsman.
Link established. Go ahead, Major.
Hello.
Captain Aiden. I thought you a dead man.
Not today, sir.
Let's look here.
You're tougher than Grok's hide.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Aiden, we need to take back those orbital guns.
Vox operator.
Armor ready to roll.
See it's done, Captain.
Anything else looks interesting? Hey, Slep! Thanks for the raid. Slep. What were you up to? Today? What were you up to? I always stumble over that. Oh, and how is Enfield? I've heard mixed things about it. I've heard mixed things about Enfield. How was it for you? And what do you mean the factory must grow? Did you not wait? Did you not start out playing Enfield, or did you start out playing Enfield and switch to something else? Combat's meh. Oh, it has factory building in it. Okay, that's what it is. So yes, the factory must grow. Simplified Satisfactory with some economy, so you've been having fun. I mean, Factorio, I have not really played Satisfactory, but I am fairly familiar with Factorio, so I can absolutely see the appeal. There. Die, bug!
They never learn.
Oh, that is a lot of fire coming in. Just play it. You want to play. That would be an interesting way to do co-op, if they had done it that way, where if you could have played as a guards. Actually, that's how I would have done it if you wanted to include guardsmen. Big Mac. Is I would have made it that, so Space Marines are the Space Marines, right? But then I would have had it be that guardsmen would have been able to bring in heavier weapons than the Space Marines. But I feel like also that would kind of mess up that kind of would mess with the point of Space Marine, I guess. So I can see why they didn't do it that way. Die!
Target destroyed.
You can't get into Factorio, but Enfield has it, you know, it lightens it up enough that your brain works with it. Yeah, no. Factorio is one of those games that if you really, really want to get into it,
Munitions secured.
Vyvanse or Adderall help a lot. Bolt pistol, bolt carbine, auto bolt rifle, combat knife. No, I'm not really feeling any of those. I think I am just gonna stick with the regular bolt rifle. I do, like I said, and it's entirely because of how I'm using it. Where I'm doing a lot of tap fire, that the bolt rifle, the regular bolt rifle just works really well for me.
Move your raggedy backsides through that gate now!
Move to link up with the Cadians.
Yo, the Russ is coming. Was that a Russ or a Dorn? I need to get a closer look at that tank. I think it's a Lehman Russ, but I'm kind of curious now. Like, is it a Lehman Russ or is that a Rogel Dorn? Because this is, I mean, this is Primaris, so this is, you know, 10th edition. No, this is like 10th edition. So I'm kind of curious if that tank is a Lehman Russ or a Rogel Dorn. I need to get a closer look at the front of it to know for sure. It's probably a Lehman Russ. Yeah, it's a Lehman Russ. Okay. But I was kind of curious if it was a Lehman Russ or a Rogel Dorn. Because a Rogel Dorn is actually a pretty cool tank. Despite the miniature having a really, really goofy thing about it. The actual miniature for the Rogel Dorn has a really goofy element to it. Oh. Oh no. Oh no, that's terrifying. That is terrifying now that you mentioned that, Nuker. I did not know that Factorio was in Archipelago. And that gives me terrible, terrible ideas. It's the second game to like I said, I completely forgot that Factorio was in Archipelago. That is terrifying to think about. But yeah, okay, so we've got a Lehman Russ with us. Oh, we gotta wait for the tank to break through the wire, I guess. Or otherwise give us a path. Oh, no, here come the bugs!
What is that?
That? Ah, yep.
One it lives, the other creatures are harder to kill.
Ah, shit. No Space Age, though. Yeah, because Space Age is just... Space Age is a beast of a thing. Even putting aside the logic for, like, interplanetary travel, Space Age is just a beast of a thing that becomes an absolute nightmare if you try... would make randomizing something like Factorio even more of a nightmare. But also, I will be right back. So I'm going to run an ad break a little early so I can go take care of something. And so if you need a chance to stretch, grab a drink, etc., now will be the time to do it. And I will see y'all afterwards. we are back. Sorry about that. Like I said, I did just have to run. I did just have to run right there. It was a bit of a moment. Okay, but here we are again. Okay, so those I should have held off on using. Should have held off on shooting those because those are actually usable. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Holy terror. What is that?
Zoanthrope! Take it down. While it lives, the other creatures are harder to kill.
Be really nice if I had the ability to focus it. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it. Do we get him? Yes, okay. Die, brain bug. Okay. Just leaves the gaunts now. Oh, and a warrior. We may want to get that warrior dealt with. Yep, brain bug. Yep, it is. Well, that's exactly what it is if you think about it, Irving. That is exactly what it is. The idea of a bug that thinks offends me. Hey, yo, Storm Raptor. Wait, no, was Storm Raptor the call sign? Yeah, Storm Raptor's the call sign. It's a Valkyrie. The model of dropship is a Valkyrie, as opposed to the Space Marine Thunderhawk. You know, it's the guard dropship as opposed to the Thunderhawk for Space Marines.
We'll punch a hole in those hive ships so big you can fly a frigate through it.
We will be testing. We'll test that theory, Sarkana.
The Tyranid's powerful collective intelligence.
Oh, it's a plasma weapon.
Major,
I recognize that shape.
charge. It will take time to wake the machine spirit.
Hurry!
The Tyranids will throw everything they have at this facility.
I recognize that shape very much. Yeah, if they can get this thing firing, if they can get that thing firing, it probably will do exactly what she said. Plasma is plasma after all. It does not care. Yeah, when it comes to Warhammer, plasma is plasma. It does not care. Yeah? Yeah, I can see the comparison.
Major, we need to establish a perimeter.
Especially because I'm pretty sure, to one extent or another, the BFG probably was based on 40k plasma weapons.
I had no plans to.
Oh, damn.
Northern wall is breached. Concentrate your fire. No hesitation.
That is a lot of bugs. I know it wasn't an extra zero. I know it wasn't an extra zero or nuker. I know the BFG 90K. It's a goofy fucking thing. Like I said, not the biggest fan of Eternal or Dark Ages, but I also remember the giant BFG from Eternal, which was admittedly kind of so dumb it was fun. And it would not surprise me if there was an even bigger one. Because I remember the one from Eternal was the 10,000. So it wouldn't surprise me if there was an even bigger one that was the 90,000. Loving.
Lieutenant,
Frag out.
the orbital guns are functional, but the targeting system is jammed. It needs to be reset manually.
Okay, where's it at?
Runners,
Where's it at?
make haste.
But also, aside from that comparison, you know what it also looks a lot like? Just looking at the structure that this orbital gun is in reminds me of the ion cannon from Empire Strikes Back, which is almost certainly a very deliberate thing. The similarity to the Hoth ion cannon from the Empire Strikes Back is almost certainly not a coincidence, but it is really damn cool. Really just shows how influential that design was. I think is what it is. It really just shows how influential the ion cannon from Empire Strikes Back was as a design. You know, dome-shaped bunker with a giant gun sticking out of it like that.
Assist where possible, but do not linger.
Yeah,
Targeting system is our priority.
yeah.
Yes, my lord.
I mean, think about it, Nuker. Think about it. You have a guitar. You take a guitar and you play it, right? Think about it this way. You play a guitar, you take a guitar, you play it. It's not, you take an electric guitar, you play it. It's not plugged into anything. You can get that pretty decently loud, right? You can get, even without plugging it into anything, you can get an electric guitar decently loud. Especially if you rest the headstock against a hollow object.
This elevator will take you up to the controls.
But then you plug the guitar in.
Emperor protect you.
And that's when all the magic happens. You plug the guitar into an amplifier and that's when the magic happens. You know what? Let's try this thing. As I said, I've been doing a lot of the tap firing with the bolt rifle. Let's see how the auto bolt rifle compares. Yeah. Especially if you're in an apartment with thin walls. Especially if you're in an apartment with thin walls.
We are almost at the
So now imagine what happens when you plug that into a big enough amp.
Petals of the satellite dish.
We will see it done. Major, I see the mechanisms. Stand by.
Be alert. The Tyranids have taken notice of you.
I would be more surprised if they didn't.
Keep them off me while I get this done.
I see what we have to do here. Okay. Good luck on the roof. Yeah, I'm probably gonna need it. I can already tell that I'm probably gonna need it. Oh, med stims. I'll take those. I'll take the crack. Ooh, do I want cracks or frags? I want... whichever. I probably do want frags just because I'm using them to break up hordes rather than focusing big enemies. And now we killed the big bug.
Another one dead.
Move through. Next pedal going up now. Cover me, brothers! I am occupied, brothers. Cover me! Ah, bolt carbine. I don't think I want that, but I do want those. Ah, shit. Beefs the parry, but it's fine. I got the next one.
They never learn.
Stims. And go. Kill them while they're reeling from the loss of their synapse. Okay, next pedal. But also, what was I saying before? Oh yeah. So the fact that it works that way, where you're using the handheld BFG as sort of a signal source and then just amplifying it is, again, it's one of those things that really fits the it fits in a conceptual level. Like, it really does fit. Like, I'm not saying it's realistic at all, because that would be stupid, but it fits the vibe. You stop that. Ah, there's the other one. It's kind of like how chain swords are a dumb weapon, realistically speaking, but in terms of just vibes, yeah, no, they work perfectly. The chainsword works perfectly.
We are done.
My lord, the gargoyles are heading for the antenna.
I need to destroy the targeting system.
Yeah.
They failed.
Ooh. I see how this works now. Okay. I see how the health system works now. I was like, wait, they're saying I can heal by doing damage, but how does that work? I was like, oh wait. It's on a bit of a timer, I see. So there's like temp damage versus permanent damage. Ultra. And then the fucking toilet seat Omega sim. The toilet seat Omega. Like, I'm sorry. Like I said, I actually rather like the Ultramarines, but the specific styling of the Omega absolutely does just set up the toilet seat jokes.
Here come the winged vermin. Protect the antenna.
Working on it. You know, it's kind of funny. We're just firing bolt rounds willy-nilly into what you would think is pretty sensitive equipment, and it just works. Yes! Yes, brother! Which one this time? See?
The enemy are going for the antenna. Eliminate them.
Believe me, I'm working on it. Oh god, do we have a zoanthrope with us? No, no, it's spore mines. No, you don't.
The enemy have damaged the antenna.
Come on, come on, come on!
The enemy have damaged the antenna.
Yep, mind my ammo. I can see it. I can see how that being a. I see that being a. That's gonna be a problem indeed.
Changing magazine.
Oh fuck, another zoanthrope.
We must hold them back.
You know what would make this a lot easier? It's if we had like a plasma weapon on us. Something with a blast radius so we could clear out multiple of them at once. You know what I mean?
I need help. Focus your rage and stand.
I have had it with you. So let's just put you down now before you get any more ideas.
Zoanthrope neutralized.
Oh, it's got lasers.
Ammunition depleted.
And enough of you. Woo. Another one of those because I saw another one over here, so we can afford to expend it.
The guns are ready. Use the terminal.
Where's the
to
terminal?
begin targeting.
Where's it? Down there? Okay, let's go, 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 go. And I should have been. I don't know why. Why is that the song that comes to mind immediately?
Target
The sun is gone.
Let us
Oh,
relish
man,
the
the
sight of those fire ships burning.
Let's see how this thing's gonna fire. Oh, there's a bunch of them. Yeah, that'll definitely do it. That'll definitely do it. Wonder what the bugs on the ground must be like now. Considering how we've just taken out a major hive mind node, I gotta wonder what the bugs on what happened with the bugs on the ground once we did that. Probably looks a lot like what happens whenever you take out one of the warriors or any of the other big bugs. How the gaunts will be kind of dazed and reeling, except much longer. I remember rippers in particular get really weird when they're cut off from the hive mind. I think they turn into something that's like bigger. I think they turn into something bigger that kind of waits around until the next, either waits around until the next hive mind, until it gets reconnected to the hive mind, or becomes its own independent thing. Forget exactly what the deal with them is, but there's a thing with them that happens. I remember that for sure. And I should have been drowned in the rivers I found of token loss. And I should have been down and made me insecure. So break me down if it makes you feel right. And hate me now. Ooh.
Lieutenant, Captain Akaran has new orders for you.
Oh.
Very well. Where is Elliot?
There's a thingy over there. I want
enemy
it.
tried to smother us. We got separated. By the time we had slain the attackers, Elian was dead. Something put a hole clean through his helmet.
Something.
I should have been with you.
Something put a
only
hole
wish
through
he
his
lived to see that
helmet.
hive ship
I can
burn.
think of a few things that might be. I can think of a few things that might do that.
2 decades. He could not have been defeated by Hormigans.
They had much bigger things. Yeah, I was gonna say they had much bigger things than Hormigans down there.
Let our squad be divided. He is gone, Sergeant. Duty is all.
I mean, there were
Get my brothers so quickly.
plenty of warriors down there. Not to mention that across the planet, there's probably multiple
No question as to their intent.
multiple carnifexes, even at like this relatively stalled, especially in this like relatively stalled state of the invasion. The Nids are going to be bringing carnifexes and shit in to try and clear the blockage. Oh. You know, sometimes I think it is really a shame that the Contemptor Dreadnought is, you know, that they have the whole thing going on with the Contemptor Dreadnought where, oh yeah, no, oh, it's lost technology from the Horus Heresy era, especially considering that with, you know, that half the point of Belisarius' Call, is that, oh, you know, oh, the technological degradation that, you know, has been going on for the past 10,000 years. The whole point of Belisarius' Call is bringing that to a halt. Like, that's half the point of Belisarius' Call. And, like, I understand that some people can't, you know, I guess some people just haven't gotten the memo on that. That is like one of those things that is basically meant to be narratively moved away from. Maybe not. Like then maybe it's like one of those things that hasn't reached the entire Imperium, so there's still some areas that are still going through that degradation. But something like the Ultramarines and Ultramar by extension, that should be one of those places where you're starting to see Heresy era stuff come back in a big way.
He should have been aboard this ship an hour ago, but he refuses to leave Kadaku without some data from his lab. He's currently in this Imperial Guard base. His facility is here. The enemy is closing in. That base will be overrun imminently. Nozick is a high-value asset. Get that data and get him out.
The mining facility. If we rupture the staging tanks, direct the flow into the valley, we can ignite the fields around the base.
Whew. Prometheum. I'll give
Yes! Yes! Drown them in gasoline! Drown them in gasoline!
Retrieve Mechanicus data. We are Astartes.
Yes, and? Yes, and Gadriel?
Standing by.
I don't see why those two ideas are incompatible. You're not... Ugh.
Well, well.
Oh, what do we have here?
We are told you have need of us, brother. My squad must recover data from a Mechanicus research facility in Sector 41A.
Really slowing us down to keep us near these guys.
That facility and an Imperial Guard base to its east.
Okay.
Sabotage a Prometheum refinery to delay their advance.
Okay, no, we can't actually. I always look at that. I'm tempted to see if I can do anything with that.
Burn the Xenos filth.
But that's not actually how that works.
I will brief you on descent. Brother, Magos Scalio wishes to see you in the armory.
Armory.
Noted.
Ah, so now we can. Does that mean we can start changing our loadouts? Is that what that means? Hello, Magos. What do you got for me? You got toys for me? Anything particularly fun?
I have no complaints.
Intriguing. Predictions would determine a 0.9 probability that you would.
I have pressing duties, Magos.
Very well. Engage the armory terminal. I will see that you are suitably.
Let's see what we've got available.
Indicate your
Armoring hall, primary sidearm, melee.
The outfitting procedure.
What do we have available to us?
All this will remain familiar to you. The Omnissiah
Can't get
starts
these
with
yet.
clear-sightedness from the beginning.
I was afraid of that,
Blessings to
Nuker.
this machine, that it may serve you
But
just as it
I am
serves
nonetheless seeing some options here that I can work with. Instigator, Stalker, Marksman bolt carbine, heavy bolt rifle. Oh, I need this. Plasma incinerator. Bolt sniper rifle. I see that our options are fairly limited. But let's see. Melter rifle would be nice for close range. Bolt rifle is kind of our go-to all round. Headshot multiplier. Melter rifle. Bolt carbine versus bolt rifle. Same firepower, lower accuracy, higher rate of fire, faster reload, bigger magazine, shorter range, lower piercing. I think, yeah, I'd stick with the bolt rifle. I think I would stick with the bolt rifle. Just a good standby weapon until I get some other alternatives. Plasma pistol, heavy bolt pistol, plasma pistol. And melee. Thunderhammer, power sword, obviously. Yeah, we're going to leave that as it is. And Titus doesn't get anything there. Crux Terminatus. Yeah, whatever. Okay.
The war gear selection seems incomplete.
We have to...
But available options are those recommended for the current mission.
Yes, yes, Magos, I see. I see how it works.
Paleo will suffice. We know each other well enough for that.
Okay. Proceed to the launch bay. Then...
Brother Titus.
Ooh. A chaplain! Also, speaking of weapons and equipment and such, Nuker, I do think after I get through the campaign on this, or at the very least, you know, a good way through it, I'm probably going to install the Astartes Overhaul mod, because I know that adds a bunch of really good stuff as well. Like, for example, the thing everybody knows, the thing that's like probably most well known for that mod is it adds Terminators, which, I mean, Terminators are just fun. Operations. Inferno mission in the operations mode. So yeah, like I said, I'm probably gonna get the, like I said, probably install the Astartes Overhaul mod to see how that goes. Changing the game mode allows you to switch between operations and the Eternal War game modes. This is operations. You know, siege, stratagems. Yeah, B-side campaign, yeah. PvP, which I'm probably basically never going to touch. Yeah, Kadaku. Yeah, let's go to planet Kakadu. Let's go to planet Kakadu and see what's waiting for us there. Kakadu! Whoop. Approaching the drop zone. Archbasic Nozick Beta 12 sent the original message at the beginning of the game. Evacuated from Kadaku, refuses to leave without data from his research facility. Okay. Okay, Nozick. Let's see what you're being so stubborn about, shall we? I don't know why, but I got a bad feeling about whatever it is. That's for sure. Considering how the first game went, I feel like that feeling is also... I suspect that feeling is at least somewhat justified.
We must get you off-world.
Assessment equals inordinate ignorance.
We'll be overrun in minutes.
By the omnissiah cease interruptions.
Major.
Accurate.
So if we get your shit, will you finally leave?
Imperative you evacuate immediately.
Will not leave without the data. Relocate to my facility. I will instruct over Vox.
Probably not, is the impression I get from that. I seriously suspect that even if we get this, he's gonna be some obstinate old bastard and refuse to leave even when we have that data because there's something else he wants to do with it. There's something else he's gonna have us do with it. I get that impression. Okay, making a tech priest talk like HK-47, that definitely fits. Woo!
Talassa, the Cadians are running out of time.
If he dies, we no longer need to extract him. Exactly, Nuker. My name is Maximus Decimus Meridian Decimus Maximus Meridian Decimus Meridian Decimus Maximus Meridian Maximus Decimus Maximus Meridian Decimus. Space Rome. Oh, already have one of those. But okay. Does this one charge or I know some of them do. Does this one? Yes, it does. The plasma pistol, Oculus bolt carbine. We already have one of those, so we already have that available, I should say. So holding off on that.
We shall honor them, Brother Sergeant.
Let's see what's waiting for us down here, shall we? Ooh. Okay. Plasma definitely feels satisfying. Also, speaking of plasma, one of the things that I've been thinking about for a while now is the plasma weapons in Darktide. More specifically, how I would rebalance them to make it so that it's not quite as oppressive, so that the plasma gun isn't quite as oppressive as it is right now, where it's basically... Actually... Oh yeah, I should definitely keep an eye on the ammo indicator. The location of it definitely makes that a little bit awkward.
Resupplying.
Now we slice it open. But anyway, so what I was saying is the plasma gun in Darktide, the way I would rebalance it so that it would still be a fairly strong weapon, but not nearly as oppressive as it is right now, and so hyper focused around firing off rapid shots as opposed to using the charge shot, is I would make the charge shot for the plasma gun, instead of just being the same shot but bigger, where it's the same sort of like penetrating projectile, I would have the plasma gun in Darktide work by the I would have the charge shot for the plasma gun be I would give it a blast radius. There we go. That's the phrase I was looking for. So you have your uncharged shot, which is basically the high-powered penetrating shot that the plasma gun uses right now. But then the charge shot for the plasma gun, first of all, it would have stages to it. And so the first stage would just be an explosive shot, right? It would just be an explosive shot. But then the second stage charge, if you take it all the way up, would be it explodes, but also it would have a persistent, like, Ah, shit, we're down. Ooh. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, this is not ideal. There we go. I probably need to do some keybind adjustments. I'm just thinking about it. I probably need to do some keybind adjustment to make that work better. But anyway, so like I was saying, so the first charge stage would just make it have, you know, it would basically turn it into an explosive shot. It would reduce the penetration of the shot, because it basically would remove all cleave from the shot, but in exchange it has a blast radius. It would have a blast radius, so you could use it better on hordes as an explosive weapon. No, you don't. On the other hand,
order came to abandon camp after one of those.
ooh, what is this? Very little ammo. Gonna have to keep that in mind.
Took his chainsword and walked out of the camp. A challenge of all there was. Why the thing obliged? Well, only the hive mind has. We heard them.
But anyway, so
Hours. Howls, screeches,
what was I saying? Oh yeah.
Sergeant came back, missing an arm, covered in gore, dragging the
So I have a blast radius
ordered the camp
on the first stage charge shot.
Scout was dead. Orders is orders, he said.
What was it? So that would be the first thing, is it would have a blast radius. And then the second stage of charging, along with the blast radius, would have some kind of persistent effect. Basically, it's, you know, kind of like how incendiary grenades work for the Zealot, right? Where after exploding, it would leave some kind of, it basically, like I said, that would probably be exactly what it is it just leaves things on fire. It's either it leaves things on fire, or it has like some kind of electrical effect that messes, basically something that messes with enemies in one way or another, as a persistent effect that lasts for a few seconds at least. That's what I would do for... Oh, you're the one I really want, though.
They will not get past this.
That's how I would do... That's how I would change the plasma gun in Darktide. So that now you've got three... Basically, now you have your three options.
Snipers, watch your sightlines.
I'd also reduce... Actually, I'd also increase the... the charge time on the standard shot. So that you can't really spam it the way that you currently can. Maybe get rid of the skill that works around spamming it. Because it is pretty obnoxious, honestly. It is a pretty obnoxious skill. Ooh! Oops! Oh, we fell. We got to go around again. Switch over to our pistol. Because we've got problems. And they're going to be pretty persistent if we just try and bypass them. Yes, it really does. It really does have to read. Uncanny Strike is unbelievably broken. Whew, well, that takes care of that problem.
Sustained heavy
nothing there. Okay. But ammo, I will take that. Rotten armor is ass, and it makes Havoc 40 unplayable, unfun mess. Yeah, no. And then so not just so I'll say something else on that regard after read. Actually, I'm gonna say something else on that regard. So, Uncanny Strike is the worst offender in this regard, but I think the biggest problem, the overall biggest problem that Darktide has is Fat Shark being generally unwilling to use nerfs, unwilling to nerf things, just full stop.
Through this bunker. Gather by the entrance.
Like full stop. That's where so many of the problems come from. Is Fat Shark just being super reluctant to even consider nerfs because they're afraid of the backlash that'll come with it. Because they're afraid of the backlash that comes afterward, that comes with it. Which is a damn shame if you ask me. I think a lot of it comes, and a lot of it frankly comes from mobile games and how so many people have been emboldened to like emboldened, sorry, basically they've set up an expectation that nerfs are just not a thing that game devs are going to do. Ah, shit. Woo. Die! Ooh, that was weird. That was weird.
One less rebel.
There we go. But yeah, so much is built around so much of the balance problems that Darktide has. Oh, we got him. Ah, shit. I didn't see that last button. I didn't see that last button there. Oh, QTEs. QTEs are the devil. Well, not really, but god damn, they can be annoying. Sit down. Now it's your turn. In. The bigger problem is that because of that unwillingness to use nerfs, Snooker, because of that unwillingness to use nerfs, you end up with that really does lead to the difficulty by numbers problem. So much of the difficulty by numbers problem ultimately just is a product of Fat Shark being so unwilling to use nerfs. Like, sure, nerf. I understand the idea that nerfs should be the second option that you try after buffing something else doesn't work, but you need to be willing to use them. Because otherwise you have problems like rotten armor, uncanny strike, you have the problem that is the absolute bastard of a problem that is the toothpick.
Now, this is it.
There is another thing that could be done with the dueling sword that would make it a lot less of a problem. But I can only imagine the backlash that would lead to as well. Specifically, undo the dueling sword. And okay, and this isn't just a problem with the dueling, this is a problem with several weapons in the game. Too many weapons. There are too many weapons that are available to every class. Some of the weapons in the game need to go back to being class. There are some weapons in the game that need to go back to being class specific. The dueling sword, I would argue, is maybe one of them. Making the dueling sword class specific to Psychers the way it was before, as it was originally, would probably do a lot to adjust how much of a problem it is. Ah, fuck, there's the lictor. Like, that would probably have a major impact on how much of an issue the dueling sword is if it was a class specific, if it was sent back to being class specific for Psychers.
Face me, coward.
Keep an eye out for any wave-like distortion. Watching for motion.
I must be more vigilant.
Ooh, that was unpleasant. Oh, we are in a rough spot now.
Cover my reload. My thanks for the assist.
Ah, shit. That was not good. I definitely need to make some keybind changes so that I'm quicker on things like parries. Because as it is right now, I'm definitely slacking in that department.
Watch your flanks.
Oh, cracks. I'll take those. Heal ourselves up.
Thank you, brother. Stay heavy down.
Ah, shit. Ooh, that is a tough sumbitch, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't even know what you would do to Uncanny Strike. And to Uncanny Strike and the toothpick to make it stop being such a problem. That's the thing. It's like, what would you, like I said, it probably is one of the things where you have to fundamentally change the nature of Uncanny Strike as opposed to just messing with the numbers. But it's also a question of how would you do that in a way that, because here's the other problem we always come back to, and this is the thing. This is one of the things I always find is a bit of annoyance. So Tanner Lindbergh is one of those people that, back when he was playing Darktide, I was very much of two minds with him. First of all, he was very much the kind of person, he was very much the kind of person that people just dismissed out of hand because he wouldn't glaze Fat Shark. Because he wasn't glazing Fat Shark and wasn't praising them uncritically. But he is also one of those people who is way too hyper focused on how balance changes. Way too hyper focused on how balance changes affect high level play. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. He is way too focused on how balance changes affect high level play, not realizing that you can't just dismiss any complaints from low and mid-level players as merely a skill issue. You really can't do that. And as you really can't do that because, first of all, it's not just a case of that being obnoxiously narcissistic. That is definitely an aspect of it. But it's also the fact that if you're so hyper-focused on high-level play to the detriment of everyone else, you're going to create an environment that becomes... You're going to create a game that is extremely homogenized and devoid... And honestly, devoid of character. Because high-level players will ultimately optimize the game to a very static state. High-level players, especially if they are catered to the exclusion of the rest of the player base, will optimize the game into a very static and ossified state. And you need those concessions to lower level players that frustrate high level players to reintroduce that element of unpredictability and chaos, which allows for real expression of player skill rather than just optimization of what essentially amounts to a flowchart. It's the same reason why it's the same problem that I have with top tier decks in trading cards in a lot of TCGs, where so many of them are just flowcharts, and as soon as the person who is playing that deck gets their flowchart interrupted, they become paralyzed. You need to basically have... The game needs to be set up in such a way that if you attempt to reduce it down to a flowchart, you are going to face pain points. There needs to be major pain points to obstruct that flowchart playstyle.
Face me, coward.
The classic example I always like to point to is items in Smash. Items in Smash are meant to be that pain point, that source of unpredictability. They're meant to be that source of unpredictability. They're meant to be that source of unpredictability that prevents the game from being reduced to a flowchart. And a lot of the problem with the Havoc modifiers is that most of them just adjust numbers. They don't introduce new... They either don't introduce new mechanics or they do it very sloppily.
Watch your flanks.
That is ultimately the problem with Havoc modifiers. Some of them do, although
I must be more vigilant.
I would argue, you know what is actually... So, you might argue that in some ways it is too far in the opposite direction, where it's a mode that is excessively casual. But Mortis Trials actually does a better job of adding in game modifiers that meaningfully alter the gameplay loop. Most of them, they're all on the player side, which is something that would need to be adjusted to turn them into actually interesting Havoc modifiers.
tricks.
Ah, shit.
They have me down.
Ooh, boy. But that is the thing I would do there is... But so that's how I would do that. Is I would bring in some of those modifiers from Mortis that fundamentally change how the game mechanics actually work. That have a deeper effect than just adjusting numbers. And I would use them to really alter Havoc. Again, it's about, because it's all about throwing wrenches into the high level, into the float, because that's what mutators and variables like that should do. They should be wrenches that basically, they should be wrenches that jam up that flowchart playstyle and force you to think on your feet in a way that most high-level players, not just in Darktide, but in a lot of games in general, kind of forget how to do. There goes the Lictor. Whew, that was sloppy. That was really sloppy.
Arcana, you were correct. There was a Lictor out here.
I suspect you have already dealt with it.
Indeed. It will not trouble you again.
Very good, my lord.
Ammo box. Okay, up we go. Oh, thank you.
Well, the lieutenant not with us. I fear we would have
Oh,
joined
thank you.
Cordalis and Septimus.
I needed that.
More than one.
No.
Oh, Oculus
Lictors
Bolt
hunt
Carbine.
alone.
Not really interested in that.
The facility is in ruin.
It's kind of the same reason why I don't like. That's why I can't play Armored Core 6. I just cannot play Armored Core 6 because it is an extremely. It's a few things. It's a few things. The compressed combat range being one of them. The compressed combat range and being one of the big ones. But alongside the compressed combat range is the fundamental problem that its combat loop is that its combat is very flowcharty. It is literally just get somebody into stagger and then punish them from there. It's very flowcharty, and there's not much room for variability in how you actually play. Sure, you might have the variabilities in the builds, but the thing that made previous Armored Core games work better, because I mean, if Tetsu was here, he'd definitely get into how higher level play in older games could get kind of flowcharty as well. But the general idea was the same, of very much. There wasn't so much of a flowchart going on.
May the Emperor guide thy shots. How many rounds do you have? It is only enough if the Emperor wills it.
Rally at the elevator.
Hold on. Let me check something real quickly here. Subtitles. Yes, I do want that. No, I don't need those. Don't need those. Okay, that's just a background for them. I don't want that actually. Bow, bow. It does. It absolutely does. And that's but this is the thing, and this is what I'm saying is, and this is what I'm saying though, is by putting those pain points into the flowchart that can disrupt it, this is, of course, I already know what the counter argument that the high level players will make is that if you put those pain points in that disrupt the flowchart, it makes it harder to identify things that are unbalanced. But the other thing, but there's a counter argument to that, of course, which is it's somewhat flippant. It sounds somewhat flippant, but it comes around to you should still be able to, if you do have a good understanding of the game's systems, you should still be able to identify elements that are unbalanced and need adjustment, even if the game actively resists actively resists that sort of flowchart optimization. You should still absolutely be able to identify problematic design elements, even if you can't. No, you should. As I said, no, you should not be reliant on reducing the game to a flowchart to identify problematic design elements if you actually have a good understanding of the game and its systems. If you need to reduce the game to a flowchart to do that, you don't actually understand the game's systems. You don't actually understand the game's systems. Like if you can't understand and analyze the game's systems without forcing it into that rigid flowchart format, you don't actually understand the game's systems. This is not even like specific to any game in particular. This is just a conceptual thing.
Brother, they got inside his armor. He deserved better. This pyro will serve us well against Rippers.
Ooh, fancy.
Brother Decius has fallen.
Received.
Can already guess what we're going to be dealing with if they're giving this to us. Hello.
Rippers, here they come. Ranged weapons only. Keep them back with the fire blaster while we thin their numbers.
You mean like that? Sure. I can do that. Although it does make me, again, this is one of those things that, again, really makes me wish that we could get a new Space Hulk. Because goddamn, a new Space Hulk would be fun.
Restocking.
We're dealing with Rippers? Yeah, we're definitely gonna want frags. Again, it's all about breaking open hordes. About breaking up hordes. We have the plasma pistol and the chainsword if we have to deal with anything big. Holy shit, that is a lot of them.
Thousands.
Holy shit, that is a lot of Rippers. Ooh, boy. Here, catch. Burn! Thanos spills! Wow, that worked way better than I expected.
They are regathering themselves.
Well, then we'll just break them up again.
Power outage detected. Exit door inoperative. Solution. Restore power.
You need instructions.
Ooh, watch it, watch it, watch it. Boom! We're gonna need more flamer ammo! There it is. Watch our temps. Okay, we got a clear path. Watch for the Ripper Swarm. Yeah, New York rat indeed. Jesus Christ.
Be prepared for their next attack.
Literally just rats.
Restocking.
Hello. Rats, rats. We are the rats. Celebrating yet another birthday bash. Michael, it's your birthday today. Cake and ice cream is on its way, and Michael has been a good boy this year.
Power up sequence initiated.
Sacred conduits flow. Faults detected in divine matrices. Exercising.
Woo! Hi.
Do not get too close.
Components built on the machine goes power. Redistributing the into the
Woo! Down. Jesus. So many of them. Yeah, actually does a great job of what it feels like to fight Tyranids. I'll definitely say that. Oh God, this is very much giving you know, the Rippers in particular really sell you on what it's like to fight Tyranids. Oh, but also an ad break just started, so if you need a chance to stretch, grab a drink, anything of that sort, now's the time to do it, and I will see y'all when it's over. Also, it's funny and we're back. Also, it's funny you mentioned that in particular, Nuker, because that always reminds me of like there's a continuation of that I always find amusing, where it's like I said, a bullet has your name on it. Well, grenade is like, to whom it may concern, and then it's dear grid coordinates, and then of course the exterminatus at everyone. Look, I need your head. I also need more flamer ammo. God damn.
The Rippers, they retreat.
I wonder why.
The floor is clear. Let's
Ah. Killing the bigger bugs made the Rippers get a little. Killing the bigger bugs gave the Rippers a headache. Okay. I can buy that.
A fine gift from the forge.
All right, let's keep moving. Anything here? Nope. Also, it's funny you mentioned because you always a bullet has your name on it, or even let's just say that an auto gun or a las gun shot is like somebody has a name, somebody has your name on it, and then you have a bolt round, which is basically the same but marked is the message being marked urgent or otherwise emphasized. If you really think about it, that's what a bolt is. If we're going to continue that metaphor, it's this, it's the equivalent of the message being marked urgent, or the subject is in all caps. That's what a bolt might as well be.
Grabbing equipment.
No, we don't need a chain sword. We already have a chain sword.
Abominations are busy with something.
They gather biomass.
Humans.
Dissolved and collected later.
By feeding tubes lowered from orbit.
Yep.
The sooner we exterminate these horrors.
Yep, somebody understands how the bugs work. So also, one of those things that I feel like... So I'm talking... Okay, so I keep coming back to this whole idea of Gilliman as a referee for the difference between Grim Dark versus Grim Derp. I feel like one of the areas where that really can be applied is the whole... This trope that... And it kind of already has, if you think about it. Actually, anyway, it kind of already has, and I would like to see it go further, is pushing back against the trope of, death worlds and, death worlds, hive worlds. Basically, the planets where life is really shitty make better soldiers than civilized worlds like McCrag.
Resupplying.
That somehow, a civilized world makes bad soldiers because they're soft and such. They're soft because hard times make strong men, good times make soft men, blah, blah, blah. Especially considering your average Ultramarine may not, even if your average Ultramarine isn't a McCragian, Gilliman does not exactly have the highest opinion. It's pretty established that Gilliman does not have the highest opinion of the Death Worlders make better soldiers. The whole idea that Death Worlders make better soldiers. And I think it would be really interesting to further explore that pushback.
Incoming mine.
Nope. Oh. Okay, those are annoying.
Chiron, what is our heading?
We need to cross this.
Especially, also, the other thing I'm thinking about is, because the other reason I'm thinking about this is generally just pushing back against the mythos of the elite warrior cult in general. And some of that is kind of topical. Admittedly, some of that is kind of topical or, related to bigger outside things that are going on right now, you know, he who current events and such, but also just in general. You know, we have historical examples that really put the lie to the idea of the elite warrior cult in general. Like, sure. And I don't, and by that I don't even necessarily mean, you know, elite soldiers in general are that they're somehow like a bad thing, or that they aren't, that they're a lie, but more specifically, the almost, like I said, the cults, the almost cult idea that you need to put your soldiers through almost weird rituals of misery, because you know, for them to be worth anything, that you cannot make, you know, that you cannot just make soldiers out of a populace that isn't subjected to these weird rituals of misery and constantly being forced onto a war footing. And we kind of, like I said, we kind of see that when you look at, I think it was Gilliman and Dante talking about Baal after the devastation, where Dante was trying to make the argument that it is the harshness of Baal is what makes the Blood Angels such, you know, such elite warriors or whatever. And Gilliman posts, I think it's Gilliman or another Ultramarine. It might be Calgar, actually. It was either Gilliman or Calgar. Poses the counter argument that what you've really done is just made cruel men, not great soldiers, but rather men who give off the appearance, they're rather psychos. That you haven't made soldiers, you've made psychos, and you're dressing that psychosis up as soldiery. Like I said, I don't remember who it was having that conversation, except I think one of them was Dante and the other was either Gilliman or Calgar. I'm trying to remember who that was. Yeah, it was from Devastation of Baal. Yeah, I was right. It was from Devastation of Baal. And it was Gilliman and Dante. I was right. It was Gilliman and Dante. And he's like, where was it here? It was here in particular that he was saying, yes, found out. These planets were hells. For generations, we have recruited the strong over the weak in the belief that it makes our warriors better. I do not think this is so. Cruel men make cruel warriors, make cruel lords. We need to be better. We need to rise over the need for violence and recognize other human qualities in our recruits. Your chapter has ever understood this. If we do not, then we will fall prey to our worst excesses. The kind of thing that represents. Yeah, no. Like I said, this is a perfect example of how in fact, Devastation of Baal, Gilliman and Devastation of Baal is like the perfect example of what I mean when I say Gilliman as a referee for separating Grim Dark from Grim Derp. This conversation between Gilliman and Dante is a great example of what I mean when I say that that Gilliman is very useful as a narrative device to sort these things, to sort them out, to sort this.
Restocking. The Emperor protects.
And not to mention that putting the lie to the warrior cult, that hazing rituals is a part of, it's also just good for the health of the fandom as a whole. Even if you don't like completely even if you don't like completely get rid of it as an idea, which frankly I can see why you wouldn't want to do that, because it would push things too far in the opposite direction. But having somebody who serves as a counterexample, having that bus driver and having that army of bus drivers, accountants, and bank clerks who just want to go home, whoop the ass of an elite warrior cult, is just, it does a lot. It does a lot for the overall health of the fandom. It's why I really also like something I would really like to see. Something else I'd really like to see done alongside, you know, the Ultramarines and Guilliman is I would love to see more of like the Ultramar Auxilia. You know, Ultramar's basically Ultramar's guard. Ultramar's guard that are very much the one of the units that you could arguably call the anti-Krieg. Like, putting my own bias against Krieg, even just putting my bias against Krieg aside, because I do think there are some very interesting things to explore with, like, the nature of fatalism and guilt with Krieg. At the same time, I've made my point very clear at this point that so many of the stale memes, there's just so many of the bad stale memes surrounding Krieg that need to be dialed back.
They never learn. Ammunition depleted. Resupply.
The other thing it also does, and here's the thing, this is arguably why it probably will piss off a lot. This probably will lead to it pissing off a lot of people, is it's also about reframing the Imperium as how a lot of people have come to see the Imperium as just being like out and out ontologically evil, and more reframe it in what it's really meant to be. What the Imperium and all of its horror and excess is really meant to show. That the galaxy, that the galaxy of Warhammer is such a horrifying and hostile place that you have to, that these things become necessary. That to some extent, it is necessary to stare into the abyss. But the game is how far, how hard, how well can you hold on as you stare into the abyss? Because yes, it does stare back into you. It very much does stare back at you. So you gotta hold on for dear life. I am phrasing this probably I am probably phrasing this in a really sloppy way, but I hope you get the idea.
These dead bastards. By the Primarch, we have sent a mighty pyre this day. Tyranid biosigns down 90% and falling. Swarm annihilation confirmed.
Excellent work. Move to extract.
On that subject. Oh, hey, a stalker.
This will serve me well.
Get out of here, stalker. That's one of those games I would love to be able to get back into. But I don't know when that's gonna be. I think I'm gonna be able to do. Cause I still remember how poorly that game just ran. How poorly that game ran ultimately. And unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be changing anytime. I don't think that's going to be changing for a little while. I was going to say I don't think it's going to be changing anytime soon, but they are doing the 554. They are doing the engine upgrade. So the engine upgrade is going to be a big deal. That's going to make the game hopefully run a lot better. But there's only so much that's going to be able to do for me. That's only so much that's going to be able to do for me because, you know, 2016 spec PC. Because I am on a 2016 spec PC. The end of the day, that is not changing. Like, that is not... Hello, servitor. What the fuck are you doing? I don't need the flamer, so... Okay. There's jump packs there. I want the jump packs. How do I get the jump packs? I guess we can't get them here. Okay. We're gonna probably have to go to another area. The other big thing they really need to do, and I think that the last update did address this to some extent, but I'm not sure by how much. The other thing they need to do is they need to fill out the second half of the game.
Here we go.
God damn it! I thought we were done with these things. You were talking about swarm annihilation. I thought we were done with these fucking rippers. Hate these things.
Will that interfere with operation?
Negative. And keep close proximity to the terminal while I work. Connectivity range limited.
Archmagos, begin your
Yay! Hold the point! My favorite! Fucking rippers! Oh boy!
My armor is freezed.
Burn! Ugh.
Generator equal to full state charge.
Oh, lovely.
Objective to subsequent generator.
Whew. Yeah. I fucking hate rippers. Holy shit, I fucking hate rippers.
Restocking. Alright, just not done yet. I need help.
It's like, if you... Like I said, on one hand, they do a great job of illustrating what it's actually like to fight Tyranids. On the other hand, god damn, they're annoying.
Almost there. Keep your head. I have you.
There we go.
Got you.
Get him! And also, you know, Limansk would be interesting. Limansk would be a very interesting zone to add to Stalker 2. Good! Now can I please get out of the Ripper zone? Zoanthrope.
A moment, brothers.
I definitely need to change my weapon swap key so that it's more available. The way it currently is set up doesn't really work very well for me. So let's actually think about that real quickly. I need to set that to something where I can swap it a lot quicker. Question, of course, is what? I think I know what we might do. I don't think it is have to read. I don't think it is. But let's look here. Melee finisher, not what I'm looking for. Switch weapon. Accept, and then we'll change lock on to something else. Maybe there? That might work. Because that gives me, like I said, that gives me much quicker swapping, which I definitely need more than lock on. I definitely need quick swapping more than I need lock on.
Resupplying.
So basically what they're telling me right now is, don't put down the flamer because you're in Ripper Purgatory. And it's probably not going to end here.
Analysis transmission active. Data incoming.
Yeah.
Can't you tell us about your research, Archmagus?
Yeah, what are you doing here?
Classified. Leave such
Denied. That's that's not suspicious at all, Archmagos. That's not suspicious at all.
Your assistance is no longer required.
Later, Sarkana, please escort Nozick to the Thunderhawk and get him off world.
Yes, my lord. With pleasure.
Yeah, get him out of our hair before we deck him.
As I will be glad to cease the flapping of this repugnant flesh voice.
You know what would be an interesting thing to do if they ever get around to doing a Space Marine 3? So both Space Marine games kind of follow the same template of, you know, you start off fighting aliens and then oops, chaos happens. What would be interesting, because like I said, I know how the plot of this goes. I do kind of know how the plot of this goes. What I think would be interesting is you could still have the twist, but instead of the twist being, oh, it's chaos. Oh, no, chaos is here now. Have us start off fighting one kind of alien and then another kind of alien shows up. And actually, I know the perfect combination for that too. I know like the perfect combination for that too. So, and that would be, you know, you start off fighting Tau, and then, oh no, it turns out the planet you're on is a tomb world. It's like if you're gonna, that's actually how I would do it. If you wanted to make it so that, oh, if you have like a twist in the middle of the plot that changes the enemy you're fighting, have it start off you're fighting Tau, and then it turns out the planet you're on is a tomb world. Especially because Tau would actually be one of those things that Tau would actually be interesting in the sense that they would also be a good setup for PvP. Tau, you know, having Tau as an enemy would be a really good setup for PvP as well.
Crash site. If Nozick is still alive, his time is limited.
Our brothers aboard that Thunderhawk will make quick work of the Tyranids. I hope they survived. Do not admit such a thought. Too many of us have fallen today.
We are at war. Death waits for all of us.
Because I'm just thinking, And that's actually another idea I had. That's another idea I saw. Actually, I didn't have this idea, but I saw this idea and I was like, oh yeah, no, that would be fun if you could make it work. This would be another good way actually to do a game involving the Tau. Is Titan, basically like make it work like Titanfall. It would be basically impossible to sell because, well, look at how Titanfall 2 did. Even though it was like incredibly well acclaimed and all of that, it never really made much money. And sure, we can get into the allegations of deliberate sabotage by EA to defend, you know, to prevent Titanfall 2 from being an argument against and shitified live service games and the like of that. But still, it was not a very successful game, and that's all that people are gonna pay. That's all people are gonna care about at the pitch meeting, is that Titanfall wasn't very successful.
Engaging thrusters.
Oh, we need to get over there. Okay. It would is the thing, have to read. It absolutely would. Have it be, you know, like I said, so on one side you would have, you know, the space, you would have, actually no, you know what it would be? I would have it be,
Moving.
ooh, oh, hello.
Very good.
Let's see how this thing feels. I know I can already guess it's basically going to be the shotgun equivalent, but let's see how it feels.
Repositioning.
The other idea I had was, do you remember that game Hawken? Do you remember that game Hawken that was a thing for a while, and then they tried to bring it back in the worst way possible?
Take full advantage of the jump packs.
Come down upon them like lightning bolts.
So, Tau battlesuits versus Imperial Knights, and it plays like Hawken, would actually be really good. And just a personal thing, it would get away from that sort of, you know, it's just, I don't want a knight game that a knight or Titan game that plays like MechWarrior. And I know that I would not want that, because I've made my opinions on MechWarrior very clear at this point, that I really don't like the way that MechWarrior's movement is, you know, move forward, move backwards, rotate left, rotate right, and if you're a good and special boy, you get a little rocket to move up slowly. Okay, yeah, no, this is very satisfying. Melta is very satisfying. Okay. Hi! Now burn. What, the Meltagun was the launch meta? Is that what you're, was it really? Was the Meltagun really the meta at launch? You know, I'm not even surprised. I'm not even surprised when you think about how it works. I am not even surprised when when you think about how the Meltagun works. It's also probably the best depiction of a Meltagun in Warhammer, so the fact that it's so strong shouldn't really be all that surprising. Ah, shit. The Nasher. Oh, yeah, no, I can see how that would be a thing. The multi-melt. Oh, God, the multi-melta in particular would just be absolutely disgusting. The multi-belta in particular, I can see just how that would be absolutely disgusting. Yeah. Just roll up on somebody with that thing. Just, hi, I'm going to set you on fire. Yeah, I can see that already. I can see how that would be already. I mean, I don't know how it's changed since launch, because I haven't actually played this game until now. But I can already see how if it's been nerfed since launch, I can see how nutty. I can already guess how nutty it would have been back then.
The crash site is on the other side of that. Biomass. Too high to jump. We have melter charges left in it.
Place them strategically. Weak points only.
The Xenos protects their hive.
Of course they do.
Nothing. We must reach the crash site.
Of course the bugs do. I'd be disappointed if they didn't. Oh. You don't know how you don't like the way that you level gear? How do you level gear in it then? How does that work? Yeah, how do you level gear in this game, in the PvE in this game? Now that you're mentioning it.
In position.
Oculus bolt carbine, auto bolt rifle, plasma pistol, stalker bolt rifle. Let's go back to the stalker. You play the gear equipped and beat missions with it. Yeah, I can see how that might be annoying, but also kind of works conceptually. It's mostly a thing with your class is max level, but you want to take a weapon from grade up. I see the problem now. Yeah, you hate going down difficulties. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there's two of you. All right, where's the second one? Oh, 4 charges. Okay. There we are. Yeah, no, but I can see why you don't like that system. I can already see why you don't like that system.
Blow this wall now.
Oh. Okay, we got 3 charges left to place. Let's go find them. Oh, melee on the zoanthrope. That was probably not worth it, but God, it was cathartic. Sit down. Ah, shit. Now, the plasma pistol actually does work pretty well for dealing with these things, though. And I need to remember that I rebound swapping so I can do it a lot more quickly, too. All right, second zone throw down. Die! Oh, watch it, watch it, watch it. What have we got here? Ammo box, I'll take that. cracks, not really interested. Over here. Put the next charge.
Explosives ready.
And stems. You know what? Let's see what the grenade launcher is like. Ah! Replaces our scope. I see now. Siege mode is good for leveling stuff. Oh. Okay. Especially if, you know what actually would make for a good way of doing it? Is if instead of selecting your difficulty at the start, you have, I don't know if this is how siege mode works. This might be how siege mode works. If it does, that actually does work really well. But instead of selecting a difficulty at the start, if it was one of those modes where difficulty ramped up as you played it, so you'd always end up going through those lower difficulties, and then as you reach certain points through the game, through that mode, it would give you the opportunity to leave, kind of like how Warframe. I can't believe I'm making this comparison, but Warframe's
melter charge set.
As Warframe's defense and horde modes do that. So I know. I don't like that I'm using Warframe as a point of reference, believe me, because that game is a fucking mess. But it fits.
Charge armed. Charge is in position. Clear the blast area. Lower it. With pleasure.
Hit the button! I bet this is gonna be nice and pretty. Boom. Boom. A little underwhelming, but I'll take it. I was hoping for a bit more of a, you know, a bit more flash and fire, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Explosions are nice. Damn. Yeah, they came down hard. There's the Archmagus. Don't tell me he's still alive.
Chaos.
Oh.
Sweep the area.
Oh no. Oh, hi, Zinch. Hi, Zinch. I was wondering when you'd show up. Considering, and all things considered, you know, I shouldn't be surprised. Oh. Oh shit.
Brother, I'm fine. It must be the Rubicon surgery.
It is not the Rubicon surgery, Titus. You are looking at intense. You are looking at intense chaos shit. And it's honestly impressive that all it did was put you on one knee. Considering what we've seen it do in the past, I would have expected a lot worse.
We should go. I said I'm fine. Nozick is dead. Mission is over. Whoever did this is long gone.
Yeah, looking at that Zinch. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Looking at the Zinch station weed. Whew. Oh. Oh. Why is, why are we getting orders about that I can't go back, considering everything else that's going on here? Yeah, I'm looking at that and I'm guessing that is the source of our problems. I'm pretty sure that is the source of our problems right there. God damn it, I have to read. God damn it. Into a load. I made him so busted so hard he passed out into a loading screen. But you know, I think this is where we're gonna call it for now. So let's see who's on we can raid into, shall we? Who is around that I haven't raided in a while? I mean, I haven't streamed in a while, so that's a lot of people who are on right now, but still. Who is on? Let's see. Jam. Apple Milk. Tiferet. You know what? That's an option. Amai is an option. Grimmy is an option. Let's go with Tiferet. Let's go see what Tiferet's up to. Shall we?
The captain is withholding something. Akaran will not deceive us, Gadriel. Then where did Dimitri and Titus serve?
So let's go see what Tiferet's up to. And as always, you want to see what I'm up to off stream? These are all the places you can find me. Let me get that for everybody on the YouTube side as well. And before I cut y'all loose, and let me get the raid message for y'all as well. Here we are. And I think, as we all know, that leaves only one thing to say. And I'm pretty sure you already know what it is.